What's up? Hey everybody, what's going on? I hope everybody had a wonderful weekend. Shouts out to all of my love bugs, my supporters, my subscribers. I love you guys dearly. More than I can say. Do 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 do. Yeah, so today we're going to have an amazing live. I'm excited for you guys to start joining in to the space. If you are catching the replay on YouTube, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. We are going to have a chill live, a calm live, a peaceful live. I'm manifesting that the energy is good. It's even. You know, if anybody says anything crazy, they might need to get checked, but that is not the intention of this live. It is not to be in constant confrontation. I don't want to be constantly yelling. I don't want anyone on the panel to be constantly yelling, hooting and hollering, speaking over each other. You all know that I don't like that. I have to continuously speak the rules. I do not want to get any restrictions. So once, people start to join the panel, you will get 3 warnings. I will tell you 3 times. Don't come off your mic. I'll give you some grace. If I have to continuously tell you, I'm just going to drop you. I don't want incessant hostility. I just want a peaceful life. So tonight, everybody that's coming up in here, double tap the screen. Okay. Make sure y'all double tapping the screen. Shouts out to everybody that's coming up in here. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see the prompt and if you can hear me clearly. Put a 1 if you can see and hear me. Put a 1 if you can see and hear me. Okay, we got a 1. All right, 1. Okay. All right, good. So the prompt is about this African guy. I was scrolling, of course, and I saw him saying, on his prompt, he says, why are fundamental Black Americans proud of America instead of Africa nowadays? Everyone is a slave. You can't rest for even a week. So he's basically saying that we should not be proud of America as Black Americans. Well, fundamental, I don't know if he meant foundational, but I'm pretty sure he meant foundational. But he, in his video, said we should not be proud of America. We are a slave. We speak the English, the language of the Queen, which a lot of people don't know that. If you really think people that came out of the goddamn caves taught us how to speak, then you're very ill-informed. We'll get more into depth with that at some point, but not right now. I'll play the video for you guys, matter of fact. Let me see if I can pull it up so you can hear exactly what he said, because they love to come in here and gaslight me. Y'all know that. And say, oh, who said that? Nobody said that. Y'all just love to talk about Africans. Y'all just love to talk about this. And it's like, no, that's not true. I respond. I make content like everybody else. These people are entitled to make content. So am I. You all are not going to come up here and tell me what to talk about. It really aggravates me when people are constantly saying, why are we talking about this? Why are we talking about this? We need to talk about something else. We need to do this and we need that. Don't come in here telling me what to talk about or what to not talk about. If you don't want to be a part of this conversation, then see your way out, okay? See your way out. Let me play this video. Okay, hold on. Make sure you double tap the live. Thank you, Shirley. Yes, we have a gift goal at the top. Help us reach our gift goal. Help us reach our gift goal. It's in your heart me's. Okay, I'm just going to play the audio. I'm going to play the video so y'all can hear what he said, because I don't need to be gaslit.
Okay, my question for Black Americans that are calling themselves fundamental Black Americans, the question that I have is...
Oh, I think he was trying to be funny, because he said, my question for Black Americans that are calling themselves fundamental Black Americans. We all know that the term is foundational Black American. Why would you start off trying to be a troll? And this is the guy that's on the screen. You guys see the man that's on the prompt? That's who's talking.
Okay, my question for Black Americans that are calling themselves fundamental Black Americans, like the question that I have is that if y'all are really indigenous to America, why are you using English, which is the Queen's language? English is a purely European language coming from England, and has nothing to do with Africans or Black people, except that they were colonized and they were brought here as descendants of slaves to America. But why are you speaking the same language as white people in England if it's such a Black language? Just because you're making it sound Black by your accent doesn't mean that it's really a European accent. There's a European accent, and a white American accent, and a Black American accent. Y'all have the Black American accent. People who were brought to America against their will.
So basically, y'all heard him. Bo, who are you talking to? Like, who are you? You look like, are you an adult? Are you an adult? This live stream is for adults. Like, I don't know, are you an adult? Who are you? Cuz what's going on? I'm trying to see. His last name is Osire, Osire. He has these flags, but I'm not sure. Like in this video, he tagged Uganda. He tagged, let me see what else he tags. He tagged Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania, and Ethiopia. So I'm not sure what he is, but I know that he's an African man because he has like, you know, I believe he's Ugandan. I'm looking at his page. I see a car flying a Uganda flag. But he always tags Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. But it's giving that he's from Uganda. Yeah, and he really has an issue with Black Americans. Now, let's see what he's saying in this video about, the title of this one is The Favoring of Black Men Mixed with European Blood in the American Media. Let's see what he's saying here.
Let me tell y'all something. Like, these celebrities like Cardi B, the reason why she's saying she likes Black guys is because she likes Black American guys who are mixed with European blood, so they look more... They don't look as pure-blooded as the Africans. That's what she prefers. But
oh, I saw this video. So basically he's saying we're not pure blood because as Black Americans, we have European ancestry. So Africans look pure-blooded, but Black American men are not pure blood.
You ask her to date a full-blooded African guy with no white blood in him, chances are that she wouldn't even talk to him, have no interest in him. So a lot of these girls that are in the media, like that are celebrating their men, it's because they're mixed with white. They're not proud of what originates from Africa, which is not having European blood in you. Like all these guys like Nelly, Ray J, Kanye West, they all have European blood in them. That's why they look more light-skinned, they look more westernized and sound more westernized than the African guys.
What? And he said Ray J do not look light-skinned. Like, did y'all see Ray J get knocked out? I seen a clip of him get knocked out by that guy. Ray J need to sit down. I know Brandy is so embarrassed of him, but he literally named Offset, and then he named Ray J. He named a couple other people, but what? What is wrong with him? Do those people look mixed race to y'all? You are a... let me Google what that means. I'm not going to speak it, but you keep writing that in my comments. So let's see what you're talking about since you're obsessed. You keep trying to get my attention. Oh, I'm a slave. You're calling me a slave. You're so corny. Boo, tomatoes. Look at this troll. Look at this troll. I don't like FBA Barrias. You see how they come in here and calling me a slave? You're obsessed. I'm obsessed, but yet I'm literally doing a prompt on a man, an African man. You're obsessed. You're in my comments. I'm not in your comments. You don't even have a profile picture because you're a fucking stupid troll. Let me block you. You see how they speak to us, and when we respond, then they say that we're xenophobic. You see that? I'm obsessed with your country. I don't even give a fuck about you or your country. Go find the nearest cliff, bitch. Your block, scrammed hoe. Like, y'all see what they do? That man just called me a barya, which means a slave. And Amharic and other Ethiopian Semitic languages. Y'all see how that do? But when we respond, they say, oh, y'all are so xenophobic. How dare you not let me call you a slave? How dare you not let me look down and talk down on you without responding? How dare you respond? And then got the nerve to say, I'm obsessed. Like, it's nothing but projection. How am I obsessed when I'm literally playing you guys content from what it is that I'm talking about? From a creator, like, I don't know if we could even call him that. This man is crazy. He looks scary, but this is an African person that's creating content, denigrating Black Americans, and we're addressing it, and I get called a slave. Like, okay, whatever. What? To my African guys who want to marry more than one woman in America? Oh my God. Let's see what he's saying here.
Okay, this goes out to my African guys who want to practice polygamy in America. What you gotta understand is that polygamy is not illegal in America because of cultural differences or cultural degradation. It's illegal because people can file their taxes in a way where they get more money from taxes, and by having multiple spouses, it's a monetary issue of having too many.
All right, shut the hell up. I don't want to hear nothing else from him. Yeah, so he's definitely from Uganda. And he definitely, is he in America? It looks like he's in America. Yeah, let me look at this video again.
Okay, my question for Black Americans that are calling themselves fundamental Black Americans, like, the question that I have is that... I'm
not sure where he at. No, this is America, because I see lottery tickets. I'm trying to see his background. It's a toss-up, y'all. It looks like he's in America. Yeah, this is crazy, bro. His whole page is like about Americans. Like, this is crazy. Yet they'll get up here and say we're obsessed. His whole page is comparing Africans to Americans. Americans want the red, white, and blue respect, but do they respect African flags and wish well for Africa and their government policies? Many times not. It amazes me how European, that's one post. It amazes me how European drew borders around African regions. Now Black Africans try to define themselves by European democrations. What? What the hell is going on? This man is, these people are crazy. What? African men get treated the worst in schools. Americans treat African men like animals when they didn't choose what to look like. Exactly, girl. You see me over here struggling trying to read this? Then he's saying Black American physical features are probably more Bantu than Nigerian or Ghanaian. Congolese and Tanzanians are more likely Black Americans than even Ugandans. What? During slavery, Africans longed for Africa, but now because of American swag, Blacks only want America, yet the police and college deadlines keep destroying our futures. Bro, Yet they will say we are obsessed. Like, this is not, this is weird. Who is really free in the United States? Anyways, let's start letting people up on the panel. Okay, so 3 minutes to speak, no cussing, no over talking. State your ethnicity. The prompt is about this man's video that I came across on the FYP, but basically it's why are Black Americans proud of America and not Africa? And then the second half of the prompt is, are FBA's traitors to their ancestry by claiming America? Now, when y'all come up in here, thank you, Del Monte. Thank you guys for the gifts. When y'all come up in here, no cussing, no over talking. I don't got the time for it, okay? Hello, Mr. Costello. Can I have your ethnicity? And I'm going to give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
Foundational Black American. I definitely want to address what old boy was saying about the language that we speak, because the British had to teach them how to write. So what language do they really speak? For all we know, it's just a bunch of gibberish, because most West Africans, if not of all West Africa, they don't have a written language. When they write their language, they write it in Latin characters, which we all do, right? So how are they pronouncing their words in their language without using A, E, I, O, U, which is the vowels that's in the language that we speak? So we don't know what the Africans really speak, because they were colonized by the British. So are they really speaking their original language? Because they speak a language we don't speak, but when they write it on paper, it's in English characters.
Hello.
So they don't have a written language. So let's just throw that in the trash. So we got that out the way. So you could be speaking a bastardized version of English that we don't even know about. But that's another story for another day. So they're not speaking their original language, because it's not even transmitted on paper in their own written language, because West Africans had to be taught by the British to write their own language, to enunciate their own words. But anyways, moving on. No, we're not traitors. We are Black Americans, and we should be proud of that. I think for the longest, since we've been in these United States, we haven't been as patriotic like everybody else, because we're always fighting oppression. But things are a lot better than it was during the times of my mom and dad, and most likely your mom and dad. I think the problem is that because we were written off by the Africans, I guess some of us got sold, or some of us was already here. But I think it's because we're thriving and they're just surviving. Nobody really wants to go to the continent of Africa. Every time you see these deportation videos of these guys being deported, they're crying. They're petrified, they're terrified. And then you got to say to yourself, why is they so petrified and terrified to go back home? What is waiting for them that we don't know about? So, and you say to yourself, if they're petrified and terrified of going home, then why should we go over there? If they're running away, then why should we go over there? And why should we rep that? Why should we even rep that continent when they don't even like being African? They're coming over here. And I'll land right there.
Can we have old Ridley? Can I have your ethnicity? And then I'm going to give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
I'm African American or Black
Which
American.
country are you from? Oh, do you have an immigrant background?
No, I'm like a descendant of American slavery or whatever. So,
Okay, go ahead.
so why are Black Americans proud of America and not Africa? Well, I'm gonna answer that in two parts. So, like, I think it's kind of self-explanatory. Like, all of our relevant history is tied to America. Like, as far as like our triumph with chattel slavery and then civil rights. And then like some people forget this just because of how like common it is. But a lot of figures in African American history are literally among some of the most biggest names in literal human and world history. Like a lot of people forget, and that's why I'm putting it into perspective how huge that is. Like MLK and Malcolm X are among some of literally the most biggest names in human history for like literally the entire species. Like, so obviously like a lot of our like, if you like our history is tied to America is like pretty self-explanatory. So like, but I wouldn't necessarily say that means we're not proud of Africa. Like I guess that's kind of like a subjective thing per individual. Like some people, like for example, my grandparents kind of never really thought about Africa, whereas like other people's grandparents may have a different view. I, as an individual, kind of do think about it a lot more than maybe some other people do. So it's really just an individual thing. But yeah, it's just a lot of our relevant history is literally tied to the United States. So I think it's like pretty self-explanatory. And I guess like for example, I saw this video and it said like Haiti is the most important country, and it is actually like objectively true because I'm an African American, but I think about this because of the Haitian Revolution. Like a lot of, well, not really because of the Haitian Revolution, but like the Haitian Revolution, be like black people being able to take down their oppressors. That was like a literal focal point, a turning point in literal all of human history. But like case in point, like that's kind of tied to our history because that inspired a lot of like a lot of rebellions here in America. But like,
No, it didn't. Black Americans were rebelling for
of
200
of
years
course,
before that. Like there was many slave revolts and many rebellions and
yeah,
many
yeah, but like
WRs that
a
happened
lot more
before
were
the Haitian
inspired though.
Revolution. No, no. Do you know what year the Haitian Revolution happened? Do you know what year slavery ended in America? And
Wait,
how will we
my
have
time is like
independence?
ticking down. Am I able to finish? Sure.
No, I'm gonna talk. And it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, how were we in contact with Haitians on the island of Haiti in the United States of America to be inspired? There was no internet. There were no newscasters. There was no paper or no cranes flying in the sky to tell us what they were doing over there.
Yeah, I never said like there was never revolutions happening here. I said like a lot more were inspired. But all right.
A lot more, like how many? That's why I asked you, when did the Haitian Revolution happen and when were we freed from chattel slavery here in the United States?
Well, we were
Like,
never
what was
freed. We
the
had to free ourselves.
But when did that happen? Like tell me, give me the timeline. When did the Haitian Revolution take place? And when did chattel slavery end in the United States of America?
I'm sorry I don't memorize dates like specifically in my head. But
Because you said
that's
many revolutions happened many revolts happened after the Haitian Revolution. And
well,
I could quickly look it up for
that's
you.
just like you. Yeah, you can look it up. That's literally like it'll say what I'm saying.
It'll
Once
say,
again, once again, I'm not saying that there were not already revolutions happening. There were plenty of rebellions happening already.
okay, so 1804. And then when did slavery end? 1865. So you mean to tell me there were many revolutions after 1804 that happened between 1804 and 1865 in the United States of America because of the Haitian Revolution?
Say that again.
So within a 61-year span, many revolutions happened in the United States of America because of inspiration by the Haitian Revolution.
Can you like say that a little differently? You're confusing me.
You said that Haiti is one of the most important countries because of the Haitian Revolution in 1804. Black Americans were inspired to have many revolutions and rebellions after that. You said
Yeah,
that.
the word would be rebellion. I said that's not what I said.
Rebellion. But you
I
said
said
that, yes or
I
no?
said many. No, you're kind of twisting my words. I
I'm
said a
not
lot
taking
of
your
them were
words. You
inspired.
said that.
Did I not just say like obviously plenty of rebellions were happening prior to that? Of course they were.
You said that after I corrected you. I'm asking you what
Because
rebellions
that's
were
like
inspired
implied.
within a,
Oh my gosh.
what rebellions were inspired within a span of 61 years. Many, you said many, and I'm asking you what rebellions took place that was inspired Anyway,
Okay.
just land your plane because you don't. Okay, go ahead.
All right. All right. Well, that wasn't even like my main point. You kind of like sidetracked me. But are FBA's traitors to their ancestors by claiming America? No, because like I said, a lot of our relevant history is tied to the United States. I will say for people who like outright deny our African heritage, I think that is like problematic in my opinion because it's just not true. And like a lot of the same treatment our ancestors endured, they also like our ancestors here endured. It was endured like the ones that were taken from like directly from the coast also had to endure that treatment. So it's kind of like self like it's some like implied like I don't see how you could like try
Self
to
hate, you're a fucking coon, nigger.
disrespect
Fuckhead.
them.
Fuck.
Anyways,
Yeah, all right, come up with a new joke, buddy. Very original. Anyways, though, but yeah, I don't think they're like a traitor to their ancestor by claiming America. Well, actually, maybe kind of maybe I don't know because like America doesn't treat us like citizens, but we kind of embrace it. But like I think we should embrace it in more of like a selfish sense because like America's getting a lot of benefits from us, but then they don't give it back in return. So I guess like yeah.
okay. Can we get teriyaki? Can I have your ethnicity, and I'm gonna give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
Yes, I'm Ethiopian and Moroccan. I'm by ethnic.
Are you in America?
Yes.
Okay. Oh wait,
Um,
hold up. Sorry. Let me end that and give you 3 minutes. It only did one. Hold on 2 seconds. All right, go ahead.
why are Black Americans proud of America and not Africa? I mean, I don't think it's okay for them to deny their African heritage while invoking the struggles that come with being of African descent. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to be African, but you want to weaponize what happened to your ancestors historically. You know what I'm saying? That's
What?
that's very weird. So
Wait a minute. You got to run that back. Say that over.
I said if you're not Black or of African descent, you should not invoke the struggles that come with being Black and of African descent. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, so you're saying that being Black and of African descent, a Black American and of African descent are synonymous?
I mean, if you're not, how could you be Black American if you don't have African heritage? It doesn't make sense. It's literally impossible.
That is not impossible.
Yeah,
but
you were just discussing slavery,
no,
man.
what does that have to do? First of all, you're Ethiopian, you're a continental African. You cannot come over here and tell me what my genealogy is or what my ethnic lineage is. I think you're out of bounds. But go ahead and finish. Go ahead and finish. Go ahead.
So where did you come from? From like
Go
from
ahead
Europe?
and finish. Go ahead and finish. Go ahead and finish.
Okay, are FBA traitors to their ancestry by claiming America? I mean, historically, America has always shitted on them, like from day one until now. So, like me personally, out of morality, I would never like put America above Africa because Africa is your roots. Like your bloodline started in Africa, literally. Like, and also like let's not forget that America became independent in 1776, and you guys they started seeing you as human beings. Like it took them like 90
And
almost
you're
like
what? You said you're Ethiopian and Moroccan?
yeah.
Okay.
It almost took them like a century to finally see you as human beings, although America gained its independence in 1776. So like let's be for real. And until the 1960s, you guys didn't have all your civil rights. So let's be for real, like it's been one thing after another. They've always violated you from day one. So like why would you hold on to America when they literally didn't want to give you citizenship? That's why a lot of y'all would literally join the military to prove to them that you were like, that you're like patriotic enough to be citizens. Like y'all, and even though they wouldn't even pay you the same, like money that they would pay white people, the white people who serve like the military. So I'm saying like you guys have always begged to be Americans. So I'm not surprised that you guys would put like America above Africa. It's not surprising. But yeah, so like you don't want to be of African descent. Stop wearing our braids. Stop invoking the
Stop wearing our
struggles.
braids. You are delusional if you think that you have a corner on braids. Every culture and every ethnic group around the world has different variations of braids. You do not own my hair texture. So you need to shut the hell up. And a lot of the modern day braids that you guys wear are from Black American hairstylists.
Oh my
You
God.
come here to get well versed and trained in how to do your hair like I was. You guys never even had hair extensions.
Man, we
The
run
half box
most
braids or the
braiding shops
Fulani
are
braids.
operated by African
And
immigrants who
they
can
came and
barely
they learned how to do African American
here.
hairstyles.
We've been braiding for thousands of years.
We've gone to their shops and shown them examples of how we wanted our hair done. You guys did not have even hair extensions to add to your braids to have the type of hairstyles that you
Man,
have now.
you
Don't
were
talk
just
to me anymore. Your time is up. Either you're going to stay on mute and wait until the panel is open, or I'm just going to drop you. Let's get to the next person. Okay, hello. All right,
How
it's
can you
not your
have more
go
hair?
again. Do you want to have some decorum and stay on mute until the panel is open, or do you just want to leave? Because you're not going to disrespect me.
Wait, bitch, you're still Ethiopian have more hair than
You
the
are
majority
a
bitch.
fucking dick eater. Anyways, hello FBA Primetime.
Hey, Love Jones, how you doing?
I'm
And
doing better now that I got that piece of trash off my panel.
well, you
Let
got
me
him off
go
your
ahead.
shoe. He's a little, how about
Yeah,
he's a
just
little
like
dirt spot on your shoe right
talking
there.
about some, how could you be black and not African? Like, I'm so tired of these people getting up here telling us who we are. They're like, they have the fucking corner on what it is to be black. They were never black in their homeland. They never were even proud of their complexion. That's why they have skin bleaching epidemics over there on the continent. Their hairstyles, everything they do comes from Black America. We do not run around dressing like Ethiopians. Like, it gets to a point. Anyways, let me give you a few minutes so you can speak on the prompt. Okay,
Yeah.
go for it.
It says, why are Black Americans proud of America and not Africa? Well, we're going to talk about the historical context of Africa and Black Americans, right? Y'all love to talk about the transatlantic slave trade. Well, okay, let's talk about the transatlantic. How about slave trade? It was a trade. Y'all sold those individuals to the Europeans. Y'all been doing deals with the Europeans for centuries. And y'all was training each other prior to that. On top of it, y'all as Africans never came and so-called got your people. Y'all left them in a land where they was outnumbered, outmaneuvered, and out GUN. So at the end of the day, you can't claim a group of people that's sold and that y'all never even fought for. So that's why we proud to be Americans. 'Cause at the end of the day, our ancestry starts here, our lineage starts here. We got our freedoms here by ourselves with no help from no African countries, even to this day. Are FBA traitors to their ancestors by claiming America? No. I mean, our ancestors were American. See, we understand the good, the bad, and the ugly of this country. Nobody's claiming that this country had been perfect or great to us. No, it haven't. But at the end of the day, that's an internal issue. That's our problem. That's not Charles. So at the end of the day, we claim America because that's what we are. We are Americans. We fought in every single war. We fought for our own freedom. We won our own freedom. We rebelled. We got our civil rights. We created a first world country with no help from anybody but our own ingenuity, our own muscle, our own blood, sweat, and tears. And to kind of speak a little bit to the conversation earlier, I mean, at the end of the day, y'all love to claim and wave these African flags, these immigrant flags from different lands, but y'all not proud of your own homeland. Y'all
Hello,
all
thank
went over here to this country. So apparently y'all love to call slave baby. The slave baby built something that y'all couldn't build, and that's an actual first world land that everybody can enjoy the benefits. If you're literally a black, y'all love to say black, y'all literally are black people, then why can't y'all build like the Black Americans built in America? Why don't y'all have what we have? So at the end of the day, it's all about perspective and how you feel. A lot of them don't know our true history.
you. Okay, thank you for your input. And I love that he said that because they love to say America hates you and America this and that. when a lot of these Africans come from countries that they're seeking asylum from. So I mean HATE. Sorry, I shouldn't be saying that word on here. But the fact that they come on here and talk about how bad America does us and how America doesn't want us here and we're not even recognized as human, yet they have to run away from their homelands with people in positions of power that look like them, walk like them, and talk like them. That is true oppression. When your own people do it to you, that's like a dagger in the heart. I can't imagine how that would feel if I had to run away from a country where people look like me, talk like me, walk like me, and I had to run and flee and fear for my life and leave my children and get on and swim on an intertube as a grown adult man and leave behind hordes of women and children to try to seek asylum. Like, that has to feel like the lowest of the low. Like, you're in the pits of hell. So to come over here or to have famine or food scarcity and just so much crime and not a solid infrastructure, and you like, it's just like, come on, bro, come on. Thank you guys for the gifts. Thank you so much. Okay, let's get to Nor Flex. Can I have your ethnicity? Then after you, it's going to be Unwritten.
Thank you guys for allowing me to come up. Appreciate you, host. I am 100% a Black American, Solani American, foundational Black American, however you want to describe it. I'm not an African American, nor am I not African. In terms of the prompt, why are Black Americans proud of America and not Africa? We're proud of America. Number one, it's our country. Our blood and sweat goes into the soil of this country. We are birthed and bred out of the soil of this country before 1492. And otherwise, we have went through a lot of what we considered as one of the most severe struggles that the earth have ever had to endure. Was the struggles Black Americans have gone through. We take the good and we take the bad. All of that make us to be proud of Black America. We look at our contributions, our inventions, our culture is on the main stage, which is celebrated throughout the world. Our leaders and are the most well-respected leaders in terms of the world. So therefore, we are a people who are proud of being themselves. So therefore, that's why we are proud to be America, not Africa. If we were from Africa, hypothetically speaking, we are such a people, we will be proud to be African if we were on the continent of Africa. But because that is not our history, that's not our lineage, we're not attached to that reality. Therefore, we have nothing to be proud of. I think a lot of Africans would like to superimpose Africanness on us to make us all one and the same. And then, like that guy who came up earlier, who stated that, you know what, the white people don't respect you. White people, these are a people, a country, or a people who look at whitey validation. They don't even feel like they could exist without that type of validation. If we felt that way, we would still be in slavery today. That shows that we don't think the same. We would be stuck in slavery if we have thought, oh, massa, do you think I should be free today, massa, should I have one day a life of my own? We would still be in slavery and living on plantations. That is one of the fundamental difference between us and them. And number one, the last thing, and then I'll end at this. Why don't we consider, if they want to make us African, but if they're smart people, why don't they look at the African DNA that might be in some of us as an admixture, like other admixtures that we have and possess through people coming over here to the Americas and leaving the Americas? Even if you look at slavevoyage.com, only 3 to 5% of blacks were even brought to the Americas based upon the sources that they're relying upon, even though I don't subscribe to those sources as well. And I'll land.
Okay.
All right.
That was great. That was good input. Unwritten, what's up, baby girl?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How you been?
Good. I know it's been a minute.
All right, let me go ahead and give you a countdown. Go for it.
Yeah, so trying to hear prompt, why are Black Americans proud of America and not Africa? I think the people on the panel has said, some really good points. Like, yeah, this is our country. We built it. And we essentially have no ties to Africa at all. I wanted to respond to that guy who dropped and crashed out earlier.
I wish he could have said it, because I know you would have ate him up.
And that's what I was like, all right, he left. But one thing that I wanted to point out is, like, if we're gonna go with the version of history that we've been taught, right? That we come from Africa on a boat and all these different things, right? We go with that telling of history. On the continent, they have over 3,000 tribes. We all know this. 3,000 cultures, so many different languages, all these different things. But, you know, we ask ourselves, like, how did they get to 3,000 tribes? It's because within one tribe, you have a group of people who would splinter off and then create a new tribe. And they would form a new identity, new language, new ethnic group, right? All the things, and they would be recognized as an independent and individual tribe. One of the recent tribes that have been created or formed is the Zulu tribe. They were formed in like the 17 or 1800s. And then from the Zulu tribe, there was actually another group within them that splintered off, I think called the Ndebele tribe or something like that. And I say that to say, if our ancestors came from Africa in any capacity, as soon as they stepped on a boat, they became a new tribe.
Hello.
They are completely a different people, completely a different ethnic group with a different language, now a different history, a different culture. We're completely a new tribe. So this dynamic that they're trying to have with us is very strange. They can recognize the unique nature of how all of these different thousands of tribes were formed on that continent. And no one has an issue with encroaching upon other people's identity. The Yoruba tribe are not trying to, encroach upon the Ashanti tribe, are not trying to encroach upon the Igbo. They all are saying, no, I am my own individual tribe and you are yours. But for some reason, when it comes to Black Americans or anyone outside of the continent who have formed new tribes, they all of a sudden is, you're now me. You're a part of me. You're from me. Where do you apply that to any tribe on that continent? And why are you only trying to apply this weird connection to us? No, it's like it doesn't exist there. So why are you trying to apply it now? And I think the more we learn about them, we learn about how they have been moving in a very strange way as soon as they step foot outside of the continent. They're still bringing this weird tribal identity with them, but because we're not tribal as a people, right? We are now interacting with people who are. So they've been able to take advantage of that. We don't see them. We didn't see them as a different people, but they always saw us as different people. They knew we were never them. They always knew that. And so now that we're recognizing it and we're peeping game and understanding this mentality around tribes and tribal identity and how they move, and we're like, you know what? Yeah, maybe you're right. Yeah, we're not the same people. We are our own unique tribe. We are our own unique ethnic group with our own distinct lineage here. Then it's, oh no, we all Black. No, we all the same. Not now we all the same. No. So we peep game and we understand that, look, they don't apply these weird rules of taking a blood test and ancestry and where you come from. They don't ask that of any other tribe. That's not relevant because you're not me. At the end of the day, if you are from whatever tribe you are in Africa, y'all have your own origin stories. Not all of you all derive from the same place. Not all of you are where you all are today. Your tribe didn't necessarily stay there for thousands of years. Tribes have migrated and moved and have completely different stories. And that's all, like I said, that's all respected. But for some reason, our migration story, our origin story isn't good enough. At the end of the day, we know we're American. And they know we're American. Yep. They don't like the fact that they're not American.
Hello. Girl, you better preach.
That's all it is. They really want your spot. That's all it is. They want to be American.
They want to swap. They want us to claim Africa and go back to some place we ain't never been. So they can come over here and they want to have American citizenship and they want to come and seek asylum and they want to call themselves Black American and African American. That's exactly what's going on.
Yeah. So sorry
hold
to
on, the panel's not open yet. I'm gonna let Unwritten land, and then we got like 3 more people to go. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna land right there. It just really comes down to y'all want to be American. I get it. You know, we built something that everyone is able to come to and have quote unquote opportunity all the things. So we get it. We built a good country that y'all can benefit from. But at the end of the day, it's ours, and y'all gonna respect it. I'll land there.
Period, Pooh. Can I have Restanto? I hope I said your name correctly. Can I have your ethnicity?
You said that good. Thank you.
Okay. Can I have your ethnicity? And I'm gonna give you 3 minutes to speak on the
Yes,
prompt.
ma'am. I am Colombian American, I guess. And I'm. Did you ask my age? I'm 26.
No, I didn't. But okay, you got 3. Are you in Are you in the USA?
Yes, ma'am. I've been in America my whole life.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so why are Black Americans proud of America and not Africa? Because they built this country from the ground up, and even separate to that, I think that Black culture has the most impact on American culture. For one, our FBA's traitors to their ancestry by claiming America? Absolutely not. I think that Black Americans are American. They don't ask white people with Italian ancestry to claim being Italian. They don't call them Italian Americans. They call them Americans, right? And a lot of times whenever people make the argument that Black Americans are African, they're always bringing up African ancestry. When at the end of the day, and please, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but from my understanding, every single person on earth has ancestry that leads back to Africa. I mean, we share an ancestor in Africa. I don't think that really speaks to anything. So if that's the case, we are African, right? And I think that expecting Black Americans to claim being African whenever they are multiple generations removed from being African. And again, I think my main issue with it is just the fact that like Black culture is just, it has such a strong impact on American culture and how the world sees American culture that it's just ridiculous to even call Black Americans African, when a lot of times when I think of America, I think of all the work that Black Africans have put into what America looks like today. But yeah, as far as that's I really just came up here to rebuttal that
I'm
one
just
guy.
gonna interject right quick, but we don't consider ourselves Black Africans, and I wouldn't say that Black Africans is an ethnic group that put so much into the United States of America. But you can go ahead and land.
No, I said Black Americans.
You said Black Africans. Maybe it was a Floridian slip. Maybe you didn't mean to. You said Black Africans.
Oh, if I said, yeah, that was just because
Go ahead.
I'm just talking about everything at once. But anyways, but yeah, my main point to come up here was because somebody said something about DNA, and it just, that argument is silly because everybody technically has African DNA. Black Americans built this country from the ground up, and they have more, not only just as much of a right, but more of a right than anybody else in this country to claim being American. So that's it. I land with that.
Okay. All right, let's get to the next person. Okay, it's Billy Jack. Can I have your ethnicity? And then I'm going to give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt. Billy Jack. I sent you an invite to unmute your mic. Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Billy Jack.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, how you doing?
Yes, we can
Miss
hear you.
Jones. Yes, how you doing?
Oh.
Really, I don't know
I'm good.
for sure. I'm not 100% for sure because my father was a New York dude. My mother and his family is from Barbados, and my mother, she's all down south. But I have a great grandmother on my mother's father's side, and they was white. So I don't know what you consider. I consider myself a Black American, so I really don't know exactly what to say or how to go about that, but that's just what it is. I want to say to you.
Go ahead, you got.
Yeah, you got 3 minutes. I got you. I want to say to you, and it's going to be real quick. I want to say to you, truly and honestly, I am so happy that to have a woman like you literally putting it out there for our people, right? Far as the Africans and Caribbean people and all that, I really don't want to talk to them because if you don't know nothing about Black history, you can't talk to me. That's that and that. But I know you have to have contents and all that, and it's always good to hear how they talk about us. I love it. I love it. But I don't have nothing to say to them. If they don't know Black history, there's no reason for me to talk to them. And the main thing, when you say Africans, I want you to listen to this and listen to this carefully. You do fact check behind this. There's something called From Africa to America. It's called the Rift, right? Mansa Musa didn't supposed to have been the main one. He had a brother, I think his name was Arga, whatever the case may be. They send ships over here, and that rift takes them to South America, well, the Americans. And for some reason, when they went and the ships came back, there was no one on it. So his brother said, you know what? I'm going over there to America. So he got put tons of gold and all that and went to the Americas, but he landed in South America. But guess what? He never went back to Africa. He could have been Mansa Musa himself. He never went back to. So that says a whole lot if you're reading what I'm putting down. That says a whole lot about Africa itself. If he never went back, okay, that says a lot. But like I said, if they don't know nothing about Black history, they can't talk to me, period. Bottom line. Because what I've been through, you a New Yorker like I'm a New Yorker. And what you've been through with all these people talking from the 60s, talking down on us and calling us Yankees and Akatas and whatever the case may be, you got to understand. When you kick out words, power is in the words. Now it's coming back on y'all. We separating from y'all, and y'all don't like that, but y'all been doing that for the longest. And that's Africans, Caribbeans, whoever. You got to understand, you allowed your grandparents and your parents to say the stuff that they say about us. What you think, that ain't going to come back on you? So, as I say this, love is love. It's Southside, baby. I land.
Okay. Yeah. Can I have Mega? Mega
Hey,
9
hey.
ethnicity?
Yes, Black
Hello.
American, FBA, Ethnic Black American, Foundational Black American.
All right, go ahead.
Why are Black Americans proud of America and not Africa? Because of everything, we've survived the impossible. And I don't know any other group of people that have been through what we've been through and have been able to survive. I read a book a couple months ago, and it was called A Fugitive Slave by William Wells Brown. And in the book, he talks about a woman who they were selling. And he talks about how she had originally sold for $300, but when her former master came on the selling block next to her and said, "Hey, she has religion," and she ended up selling for $700. And how in the book he says, you know, her body sold for $300, but her mind and her soul or her spirit sold for $4. And that really stuck with me because, like I said, I don't know any other group of people that have been stripped of their native tongue and of their culture, and have still been able to have a culture as strong as we have, that is literally cosplayed, that people, you know, imitate around the world. You know what I mean? I don't know any other group of people that can go through something like that and still come out confident, still come out happy people, still, you, like I said, you could travel anywhere around the world and you'll see in some part of the world someone trying to cosplay or imitate who we are and what we are. And they always like to say, you know, crack little jokes and say, oh, you know, we are a lost people. You can say that all day. I don't agree with it. They can say that all day. But what you can't say is that we are a broken people. They have never been able to break out spirit. They have never been able to force us to bow down to who they are or who they think that they are. And there's a quote from Maya Angelou. This was decades ago. She said something about, not only have we breastfed and raised our children, we've had to breastfeed and even raise the children who we knew would grow up and be and are our children and enslave our children. And in spite of all of that, here we are today. You know what I mean? So no one can ever make me feel bad for who we are. No one, and in the words of my grandmother, I don't know just who I am. I know whose I am. No one can ever make me feel any type of way about being a proud Black American. You can never, because we've survived the impossible and still we come out on top, and still we come up with the strongest culture. So
Okay. All right, I'm going to open up the panel. That does not mean that you get to monologue for 25 minutes. Anytime somebody starts talking, I'm going to set a timer for a minute because it has been getting really out of hand and I can't take it. So no inflammatory language, no over talking each other. Be respectful. Let's get this live up to 20K likes. Everybody double tap the screen and also add to the gift goal. We have a gift goal set at the top, and make sure you send your heart me's. Follow me if you're not following me, and follow anybody on this panel if you've enjoyed their contributions to tonight's conversation. Okay, go ahead.
I appreciate for opening up the panel. I want to say something. Often Africans like to undermine our experience here in Americas. They like to tell us, why are you not proud to be African? You look phenotypically like an Africa, but they wouldn't make the same argument between a Syrian, a Lebanese, and a European who have the same hair texture, same nose, phenotypically speaking, and the same jaw. And often they wouldn't make the same argument for indigenous groups. For example, the Polynesians, the Samoans, and one specific group I would like to harp upon is the people of Papua New Guinea. The people, I hear some backstab. The people of Papua New Guinea have very similar very similar phenotype to ours. They look like our cousins, our uncles. They look like our brothers and sisters, but yet they will make the argument that those people are indigenous, but we can't have indigeneity. We can't be indigenous to the Americas. And I think it's a very flawed argument to make, even though no geneticist will ever make the argument that genetics itself is something that's credible. After 5 or 7 generations, they would say that, you know what, we can't really say 100% that this person's from this particular place, but they will heavily rely upon that as their evidence.
Yep. Hello. Thank you. I always say, within, I believe it takes within 7 to 10 generations to be completely genetically different. Yet when it comes to us, they are trying to make us cling to this African ancestry when lots of us are actually doing our genealogy and we're not finding immediate African ancestors. So if we can literally go back 10, 12, 11 generations and not find an African in there, whoever, like Unwritten said earlier, if an African did get off a boat, when 20 of them landed in Virginia in 1619 and one of us just so happened to be related to them, that bloodline ceased to exist. We're no longer of that. And I don't understand why they can't respect it. It's diabolical. And they only do it to us. They do not do it to anybody else. It's like they're so hell-bent on being connected to us. It's just ridiculous. Okay, did anyone else want to chime in?
yeah, I just wanted to say. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was just about to say. It's funny you brought up the video with this guy right here. You say he's Ugandan.
Yes.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny about that? That didn't become a country until like 1962, I believe, somewhere in the 1960s. So people forget about the Berlin Conference. Then Berlin Conference is what pretty much gave all the African countries that we know today its names. So a lot of y'all countries was literally started and founded by white folk.
Facts.
So it is mighty funny y'all talk about us, but y'all are the ones who really adopted the whole colonizer mindset. We never did. So I just find it very funny that they love to say, "Oh, y'all speak English." Well, you speaking English right now.
Hello.
And English is not synonymous with England or the UK. People forget that it's a Germanic language. So it's an amalgamated language. So English don't really belong to one individual nation.
Yep. That part.
And I wanted to say that I think I don't know if people get confused or they're just willfully ignorant. We recognize that obviously some Africans came here at some point. We're not denying that, but and a lot of us were already here. And I think and it was so long ago. So how can you try to force us to claim something that we are simply not? We're just not that. And if we were at one point, we're not that anymore. Like I think you said it earlier, Love Jones, that it takes how many centuries or
Between 8 to 11 generations, I believe.
right. So why do you want to continue to force us to try to claim something that we are clearly not? It's baffling to me. Like I never understand that argument when I hear Africans speak about how we are still Africans and how we are ashamed or embarrassed to claim it or whatever. I never understood that argument. I never got it.
I agree. Okay, we got a couple new people on the panel. I'm going to let them speak and then we'll open it back up. Hello, Carla. Carla, are you there? I just sent you an invite to unmute your mic, Carla.
All right, then. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Hi.
Hey, baby girl. You know what? I just love all of your segments or panels and people who speak their minds. You give them a legitimate chance to say what they want to say. I'm a,
Yeah,
at the
even
end
the crazy ones.
But you know what? And I never thought that I would ever be like this, but in my heart, you know, the way I've been raised, and I don't want to hurt people's feelings and all that kind of shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you know, as I've grown older and I've lived through this world, there are people who are out here who don't care about you being nice or this, that, or another. And so, you know, after what Trump put out there about everybody got to go back home to come back here. Well, we all know that's just a phase of just getting their asses out this fucking country, and they can never come back. And everybody who sees it, they should understand that is what President Trump administration is doing to them. All right? Because if I was them, that's how I would feel. But I think that the non-Americans and foreigners should have been much nicer when they came into this country. You know, they want to get all involved in our business and tell us black folks that we are the N-words and we are slaves. They want to jump up and down. They want to be seen. But, you know, President Trump don't care about that. He may not even care about us foundational black Americans, you know. But at the end of the day, that's what he's hanging his wig on. That 14th Amendment clause, he hoping that will break down everything. Like, you ain't gonna be coming over here having 27 babies on our asses, and we're gonna pay for them for the next 100 years or so. You know, I don't even understand why these people who are non-Americans and immigrants, they just think they got it like that. They can have 20 babies and have 20 anchor babies, American citizens. And they didn't think nobody wasn't going to acknowledge that. Hell no, we're not going to keep letting that go. And I agree with President Trump. If the Supreme Court allow this to keep going on, we're going to wake up in a world full of Indians from India, Chinese. Serious. We ain't gonna even. I'd rather be beyond. I would rather be like foundational black Americans going up against our white Americans. You know, all these other people doing is just jumping and being in the way, and they just want to be mean and nasty, and then the white person come out and tell them, that they not special. I mean, especially them Hispanics and Latinos. They think they were special. Until a white woman came and told him that they wasn't special. That they didn't care about them wanting to be in white tea proximity. They were never going to be accepted. But at the end of the day, I'd be like, why do I want more people who don't get it? And they come, cheat, steal, fraudsters. They are doing, and you know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. President Trump may be a crook, but I'm gonna tell you what, these other crooks in our country, it takes one to know one. So they didn't met up with the right one. Okay?
Okay. I'm gonna get to the next person, then I'm gonna open the panel. Okay, so stick around. All right. Can we get to Fairy Godmom? Can I have your ethnicity? And I'm gonna go ahead and give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt. I sent you an invite to unmute your mic. Fairy Godmom.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, I can hear you now. Can I have your ethnicity? And then I'm gonna give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
Yes, I'm Black American FBA.
Okay. Go for it.
Okay. I just want to say I love your panel.
Thank you.
Very good panel. Very compliments to you. I just want to say that one of the things about the immigration really it's economically not great to have too much or too many immigrants. Okay. It is not. Our country has gone down because of immigration, um, especially illegal immigration, which is worse because economically it's not conducive to our progress because there's a strain on resources. So that's one thing. Another thing, it affects Black people a lot because most of those immigrants, especially in the last 4 years, have been dumped in our communities where they have received resources that we would never have received. Um, but another thing I want to say too as well, I'm just tired of, as a Black American who ancestors have fought and built this country, I'm really getting tired of people leeching off the coattails of our hard work with no appreciation, so much disrespect. I see on some of these panels these Pan Africanists having Africans and other people that are not in our group or not in our lineage talking about us and we did this. If that doesn't boil my blood, because what do you mean us and we? What do you mean you haven't did anything? You fled your homeland and you come over here and you're trying to claim what we did. That burns me. I just think that, I don't like the Pan Africanism attitude because it's not real. Um, they're here to take. Their agenda is to claim what is ours and to get credit over. They want to take our place. And I'm so glad that so many of us are waking up to this and getting out of this mindset of welcoming everybody. Because we have learned us welcoming everybody has backfired on us. And if we don't stay focused on our people and not anything else and progressing in this country and keep building for ourselves in this country and not having any more interruptions politically, then we will have our dream one day as Black Americans. And I land there.
Okay. Let me hold up. We gotta let a couple some new people come on. Queen Red, can I have your ethnicity? And then I'm going to go ahead and give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
I'm a Black American.
Do you have an ethnic background?
Nope.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so to answer the question on the panel, why are Black Americans proud of being America but not African? My personal opinion, I know some FBAs might not agree and some Africans might not agree. One thing I believe personally that some Black Americans are more proud of being American but not them being African descent is brainwashing. I have seen this in my family in real time. They are saying, I am no African. I'm not an African, so my ancestors didn't come from Africa when they did, and I think it's disrespectful. But that's not me taking away that, oh, we're not American. Yes, I'm a Black American. I don't have any recent African ancestors, but I know that I'm African descent. I know that I had ancestors at one point in Africa who got kidnapped and had their culture taken away.
How do you
But
know?
Black American people, even aside them having
How do you
their
know? Hold on. How do you know? I know that you're on a timer, but this is my panel. I can't give you more time to speak. How do you know
know about what?
that you for sure have African ancestors? Because you said you don't have any recent African ancestors, but you know for sure that you have African ancestors that were stolen.
What I mean is, I don't have like your great grandparent or great great grandparent that was African. No, because I mean we've been here for like 500 years at this point. So like that's why I mean same way how white people they don't have a recent European ancestor, but they're European descent. That's what I mean, and I know that because not only has I took an ancestry test, and I have actually heard stories about how some of my African African ancestor who got off the boat and how their survival story. Like, yeah, that's how I know.
Oh, so you have stories that was passed down from 500 years ago?
No, I'm like, I won't say that. It's just like some stories that I have heard that, like, I'm not sure because it's a little mix up, but like, I'm not really sure. But some type of African ancestor was off the boat, and that's basically, and then like that's basically how I know. But also, I took an ancestry test as well. So yeah.
Okay, well, ancestor tests are not accurate in depicting one's ethnic group.
I know
Um,
that. What I'm saying, but they compare your DNA to actual people, and they.
are you okay? You sound like, do you have like respiratory problems? Is everything all right? Are you nervous?
I am.
It's gonna
I
be
am.
okay. Take a deep breath. But yeah, I'm not here to tell you who you are or to convince you of anything. I just don't think it's appropriate when people tell other people who they are and to try to convince them of who they are. It's kind of similar with religion, where people are overtly Christian and they go around telling people if you don't believe in Christianity, then you're gonna burn in HELL. Or if you don't believe in Christian, then you're a sinner, you're a demon, you're demonic. Like that's how this comes across to me when people try to force a lineage or an ancestry on people, whereas with the facts and the actual proof that we have has not shown us concrete evidence that these stories, the folklore that we've been told, the fables and the fiction that we've seen on television, the things that people that have literally used to eat us and hang us, the things that they told us, the doctrine that they left behind, we don't have any concrete proof of any of that outside of one drawing of 300 people shackled together on a boat. Like, so there's like, it's really reminds me of people that are really religious that will condemn you to hell if you don't believe in the same things that they believe in. And I think that is kind of ridiculous. And I don't think that's okay. If we are in a society where men can literally come out and say, I am a woman, and if you do not call me a woman, then you are a transphobe, you're a homophobe, you're all of these phobias, and everyone complies and starts calling them a woman, even though we see a beard, even though we hear an accent, or even though we hear a man. And if we can respect that enough, I don't understand why people think it's crazy or outrageous for people to say, hey, I'm only going to believe what I can prove as far as my ancestry and my lineage goes. Now, all of us don't have the same exact genealogy. It's not me sitting up here saying every single Black American doesn't have a close African ancestor, because I can't prove that. We don't all have the same ancestors. Your grandfather doesn't have the same genetic makeup as mine. But I just don't think it's okay to tell people who they are.
I completely agree with that. I'm not denying that, but I'm just saying, like, based on what I have seen in real life, in real time, the Black American people, like, who just deny just any African heritage, even though, like, we see some parts of it in our culture. I know them personally, and they have a history of, they just think that being African descent is just a bad thing. I'm not saying all. I'm just saying the people that I have seen in real life. But I'm not here to, say, like, oh, you can't claim to be American. You're not American. I don't know. I'm like, I identify as being a Black American. Like, I don't identify as being, oh, I'm African from Nigeria or whatever, because I wasn't raised there. But yeah, I respect everyone's,
You
point of
don't.
view.
You're actively saying, I think it's, not okay for people to say they don't have any African ancestry. You're
But they
literally
do.
saying that.
So,
So
like,
you're contradicting
do you think you're
yourself.
indigenous?
What did you say?
So, do you think you're indigenous?
I don't think that I need to explain to you or anyone else what I identify or think that or know
So,
that I
what do you
am.
identify as?
I'm a Black American.
Okay, what does that mean for you?
That means that I am an American. I have this beautiful mocha complected skin complexion. I have Negroid features. I have this beautiful kinky curly hair. I have a long lineage in this country. My ancestors are buried here in America. And I come from a rich cultural ethnic background of people that I'm extremely proud to be a part of. That's what that means.
Okay, so, like, so you're a Black American.
I
That I'm
am.
like, so do you think you don't have like, not one African ancestor that was brought on a boat to America and was
So
forced to pick cotton?
I think that a lot of people don't realize that there were hundreds of thousands of freemen here while the slave trade, chattel slavery was active. I think that goes over everyone's head. So everyone's ancestor did not and was not a prisoner of war, nor were they enslaved in the way that we were taught. A lot of the history that we were taught and learned in school was told to us in reverse. The first account of Africans coming over here was only 20 people, 20 and odd Negroes or Negroes is how it was presented. And they landed in Virginia. And that happened in 1619. It was only 20 people. There were already deeply melanated people here in the Americas. The only history that they allow us to learn about in school is from the goddamn European, the not the Hispanic and the Spaniard conquistadors. Because if we were to learn what they saw when they got here, they saw Black people. They've written this in their manifestos, they've written this in their journal entries. It's well documented and recorded in history that there were already people here that look like me. You see me, that's my picture right there on the prompt, that look just like me, that was already here. And we heavily populated the northern eastern region of the United States of America. So I think it's just out of Africa is a theory. We talk about this all the time.
But
There's
it's
also
clear that
another theory.
African culture has influenced Black American culture
Oh,
to a certain extent.
you know what? I'm glad you said that because it was something you said that I wanted to expound on. So the fact that you're saying it's clear that African culture, what's clear to me is that Black American culture has influenced the entire world.
I know that, but I'm saying they have African roots inside the Black American
No,
culture,
it
European
doesn't.
and Native American as well.
What I see present day in 2026 is a global phenomenon of Black American influence on the world, not the other way
But
around. So going by what you're saying, why are you so aggressive? Are you okay? Is everything okay?
Why do you keep on asking that I'm okay?
Because
I'm good.
your tone is off-putting. You're talking to me. I'm trying to be cool, and you seem like you have an attitude or like you
I
not in
don't
a
have an
good
attitude.
space.
What
Okay,
I'm
it's just
just saying is that
I think you're maybe
there
you
are
don't
African
hear
Americans.
yourself. So, but like I was saying, actually, yeah, very condescending. What I actually see is that we influence Africans and we influence Caribbeans and we influence Asians and we influence Indians. I do not see the opposite. I don't see that at all.
So where do you think hoodoo comes from? Which is a highly Black American
I think it
spiritual.
comes from the South, my Southern roots. I
Well,
learned
it's
those types of things
influenced
from
by
my great great grandmother. My great great grandmother, she walked this earth at the same time as me. She passed away in 2013. She was not an African woman. She was born in 1919. And
I think
she
it's
taught me hoodoo. I've never heard of an African person in my family. I've never heard. I asked her. I'm not gonna give you guys all of my breakdown of my genealogy because I don't owe anybody that. But I actually met my ancestors, a great great grandmother. Your first ancestor is actually your grandmother. That's when people think of ancestor. They think of it as something that you got to excavate out of the ground. That's 5,000 years ago. That's not what ancestors. Look up what an ancestor is. She was not an African woman, and if you've seen a picture of her, she was beautiful. She was not African. I would ask her, she would say, no, who told you that? And that's not 1919 is not too many generations removed from when slavery was abolished.
okay. So that goes to the part to my point. Do you think, like, if they're not African descent, do you think you're indigenous to America?
I'm not going to answer that question.
Can I say something?
Absolutely,
So
go
you
ahead.
kind of just
I
put my
wanted to
point.
say that there's a guy named Charles Deslone, and he led the largest slave revolt in the antebellum South in 1811. And they talk about how he depended on some form of voodoo to get him and his soldiers to get through that slavery. They essentially lost, but he talks about how he used some form. They talk about how he used some form of voodoo to get them through that slave revolt, and so we've been practicing this for. He was obviously they would be he would be considered African American at that time, like in their writings, but he was a Black American man. And so we've been practicing voodoo for a very long time. And also cotton gin, it became a commodity for the masses during the industrial revolution between like the 1760s to the 1800s. And during that time, they were stripping because it became so popular and it was so in demand that they started stripping native and indigenous people of their rights and putting them on plantations because they needed more workers. They needed more hands. So, like Love Jones said, a lot of us were here. We were just stripped of our native and indigenous rights because they needed the workers. There's no possible way with cotton becoming that popular. There's no possible way that anyone can convince me that they were taking and people from Africa and enslaving them over. Do you know how long it took for them to get from Africa to over here? There's no way that that could have been possible. You understand what I'm saying?
Um, well, I'm like, if that's the case, then how did Jamaicans and Haitians and Dominicans come about?
What do you mean? How did they come
Yeah.
about?
I kind of think she getting kind of too far off the plot with that one because she's still trying to talk about the transatlantic slave trade,
Well, all y'all
and
is some close.
nobody's
Wait,
going to
hold on,
denounce that.
FGA. Hold on 2 seconds. What are you saying? All of us are what? That was an African tethering ass chicken head. It had to be because there's no way. Look, she ran. I didn't drop her. She said all of y'all are something something and started cussing us out and being disrespectful because we do not say that we are African. What is wrong with these tethering chicken headed bitches? I don't know. I was being very nice. She had an attitude. She was rude as hell and very angry. Something is wrong. These people are disturbed. These people, some of them have a demon riding their backs because you seen how that other Ethiopian guy came up and started cussing me out. Something is wrong with these people. It's not right. Go ahead, FBA.
Yeah, I didn't want to get too far off because she kind of started going into the transatlantic slave trade, and people got to realize we had the lowest group of Africans come to actually America or the United States of America, only 300,000, and different websites or organizations, different on the numbers. But at the end of the day, these small group of Africans couldn't repopulate enough people to get to, I think at the end of 1870, I think it was like 4 million. I mean, you think about the harsh conditions of slavery, you think about how a lot of them people were not taken care of properly. It would have been impossible for them to have grown that them numbers through natural births. So that's the thing that people gotta realize. A lot of people was brought into the, I guess you say, the African or Black American, ethnicity or race. So I just want people to just take a step back and actually think about slavery, chattel slavery, and how a lot of them folks was really treated, and how a lot of them folks, unfortunately lost their lives during that time frame. Their lifespan was not very long at all.
But I just explained to her how I could understand why she would think that so many of us came over here. But I just explained to her how they were able to have so many people on the plantations at the time. So I didn't understand like where she was coming from. I didn't get it. But
And also, Mega, a lot of us, I don't really know any Black Americans that practice voodoo. Like, it was always called hoodoo. A lot of people in the comments were saying, we don't practice voodoo because you were saying voodoo. But I don't know if that's
oh, I'm
what
sorry. I meant to say
they
I'm
practice.
sorry.
Yeah. But yeah, you see, and this is the thing. I've not cussed any of them out. I did call her chicken headed tether after because she was saying something disrespectful toward us. I couldn't make out what she was saying because she said it really low and then dropped. You know what I mean? But she was being disrespectful. Her tone was disrespectful. I just don't understand why we always get the negative stigma and the trope of being xenophobic and hostile when you all have seen them within this one live stream come up here and be very disrespectful toward me. Am I lying?
Not at all. Not at all. We've been too accommodating to them, and I think that they've gotten so used to us being so accommodating to them that they cannot fathom now that we are deciding to take reel it back in and just look out for ourselves because we've seen what it has gotten us looking out for not just ourselves but for them as well. That has gotten us nowhere. So I think that they're in a state of shock, to be honest. And I think that they're upset that they can no longer latch on and leech on to our, not just our culture, but our accomplishments. You know what I mean? I think that that bothers them because they can't say, oh, we did this and this and that, in Africa, and this person led this and this person invented this and did that. No, no, no. They don't have any of those stories that we have. So I think it bothers them that they can no longer leech on to us. And it's funny because sometimes you'll hear them speak about certain situations that happen here in America when it comes to like a, I don't know, a Haitian or a Jamaican or a Nigerian. If they do something wrong, they'll always preference it as, oh, did you see what that black person did? But as soon as it is a black American that does it, it's, oh, did you see what that black American kid did? Such and such boulevard, he, did X, Y, and Z. So they know that there's a difference between us. I just think that I don't think they like to acknowledge it per se, when it's beneficial for them. And I think for so long it's been beneficial for them. So that's
I agree.
why they've never really acknowledged it unless there is something that happens specifically to a Black American person. Then they have no problem letting it be known that no, 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 this was not a Black immigrant. This was a Black American.
Yeah.
And also too, I'm just really over like them trying to force us to explain ourselves. I'm over it. Like, I'm not about to sit up here. I never tell people what my grandparents identify as and who they told me they were. I may have said it probably earlier on, but you would have had to be there to catch it. These days, I'm not explaining shit. Like, are you indigenous? Are you saying you indigenous? Bitch, am I? If I am, was it to you? Like, What is it to you? I don't have to tell you who I am. I'm so over them trying to force us to identify ourselves and give a breakdown. And they want us to post our records and post a fake ass 23andMe test. Like, who do these people think they are? Who do they think they are? That's why she's like, oh, well, I'm sure I have an African ancestor. Girl, you are African. Your mother is African. Your grandfather is African. Like, because it ain't no way. I don't believe her, not 1 second. She's like, oh, well, 500 years ago, I heard stories. You're not hearing no story from no 500 fucking years ago.
Yeah. I mean, you know what's something crazy, and I'm gonna make it real quick and short. I kind of hate how they feel like we owe them something. It's not crazy to anybody.
Yeah, I just
Africans
said
and
that.
Caribbeans, yeah, they really believe we owe them something. We have fought for melanated groups of people across this whole country, across this whole globe. Black Americans have did our part. Now we are worried about ourselves. We're not worried about anybody else. We are not the Power Rangers. We are not the Justice League. So at the end of the day, we're worried about our own ethnicity and our own people. Y'all need to fix your own countries and worry about yourselves and not worrying about what a Black American got going on or their family history. Because we are real people off this internet. We got real loved ones that we really care about.
Okay, I-20.
Hello.
Hey, I-20.
As
Oh,
it's
hold on,
happening,
Carl.
I'm gonna go ahead and let Black Lion go first. I want to hear this shit.
Oh, Lord. Black Lion, are you taking the order or are you ready?
Why are you attacking me already? I'm not an Uber
I'm not
driver. Leave
attacking
me
you.
alone, please. I'm not.
Why
Just,
are you harassing me?
no, you are harassing me. You
Why are
calling me
you
Uber.
harassing me?
Wow. You know,
Wow.
I
If
love
I'm
your
attacking
comment.
you, then you're stalking and harassing me. We want two could play that motherfucking game. I done had enough. Now go on ahead and let me give you your 3 minutes.
Why are you so upset today?
Why are you upset?
Okay, well, why are Black Americans proud of Americans and not Africa? Why would you be proud of Africa? You American. I mean, I see no reason why would you guys will be proud of Africa when you're not African.
Why are you listening to him?
Hold on, Carla. He's on the timer, boo. Let him have his time to speak.
Thank you. I mean, you guys cannot be proud of Africa because you're not from there. You know, you American. You should be proud of your country, and that's the right thing to do. You know, and are FBA's traitor to their ancestry by claiming America? Absolutely not. Not. I mean, why would you be? I don't. I don't. I don't even see why this subject should be a matter of discussion. I see absolutely no reason. You
Yeah, it's
know.
this man from Uganda that posed that question. He's right there. You see his face on the screen?
Yeah, it doesn't. It does to me. Honestly, it
The one
doesn't
that
make
said
any sense.
that.
Actually, I went and I did some research. There was a black people in America way before slavery. From the I think from the 1300. There was a black people here in so you know, if anybody can trace their ancestry to whatever, I mean, I mean, this honestly, this matter should not be any. It should not be a matter of discussion. Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, I-20.
Man, who sent you? He a clone. Ain't no way. It's giving like they clone Tyrone. Black Lion, you alright, bro? You got that Hannah Montana? That Hannah vibe?
Why are
Right?
you attacking
Nah,
me?
he always say that. He always say like, "You guys are not African. You are American." He do always say that.
No, you're not. You're not.
Okay, shout out to you.
Black
As I
Lion,
said,
it's her go though. She got 2 minutes and 40 seconds. So let her finish, and then you could sit, and then you could talk.
My bad, I
no,
shouldn't
no,
have
that's
summoned
not
him
always
back.
attacking me. I was just trying to answer him.
I know.
Hey Lovey.
What's up, girl?
Ain't none. Ain't none. They obsessed with us. That you found another. What's that? Was that a live or a video on YouTube?
It was a video. No, I was scrolling and I saw his video.
Well, forewarning, I'm off of edible.
Oh Lord. You don't sound like it. You sound, 'cause usually you be talking like, yeah,
I'm excited. I'll tell you why in the DM.
Oh,
But
okay.
why are Black Americans proud of America and not Africa? For Solons, or however you call yourself, Black American, whatever, I refer to myself as Solon. For Solons, America is both our labor and delivery and our funeral home. This is all we know. And it's our classroom, our recess, our reprimand, and our reward. It's our stress, our relief, punishment, pardon. It's everything to us, paradise and prison. But above all, it's our home. So I
Wow.
don't understand why, huh?
I said poetry.
But I don't understand why, like, they expect us to claim something that we don't know. We don't know nothing about nothing going on over there. And our ancestors molded our identity here in this red clay next to the rivers where we from. This is our connection to America is ancestral. It's maternal. So I'm not finna claim the motherland when the motherland was never claiming me. We not claiming America out of disloyalty. It's more so she was disloyal to us. She didn't come look for her kinfolk. She gave us up for adoption, and then tried to spin the block. When we won gold at the Olympics, and there ain't no honor in that. So I don't see why we supposed to be loyal to Africa. Africa ain't even loyal to her own children. They hungry, they pamper full, it's roaches in the cereal, ain't no milk and bread in the house. But every time that white man come spin the block, she let him hit, bust a nut, and don't even leave nothing for the kids. He don't leave nothing on the
Did you
nightstand.
write this down? What is this? What's going on?
I
Go ahead.
told you I'm high, nigga.
You sound like you asked Def Slam Def
You
poetry.
know what? Never mind. Don't worry about it.
I
I'm through.
like it.
I'm
Oh my
through.
God.
Don't worry about it. I'm
I
through.
like it. You eating. It's giving art.
No, but I don't understand why we supposed to claim somebody who don't even take care of her own kids. Like, I ain't going for that. She wasn't loyal to us. She always, looked at her Caribbean kids and her Latin kids with reverence. She respects their culture, even though it's pieces of their culture that come from other places. When you look to the Caribbean cuisine, half of their dishes come from Asia. You know what I'm talking about? Brown stew chicken comes from the Philippines. It moved to China and then it came to the Caribbean through the Chinese laborers. The curry powder is indigenous to India. You dig what I'm talking about? The reason why Haitian people call it pate and everybody else call it beef patty is because the beef patty is indigenous to France. So here it is, these cuisines coming from other places, they had to make do. They had to come up with their own identity. But when we do it, they try to minimalize what we got going on. Our identity was made by our ancestors, and our ancestors are from here. That's point blank period. You don't see them trying to claim the Saudi Arabian people. And the Saudi Arabians, a lot of them are a direct result of they folks being snatched up and accosted through the was it the Berber? Is it the Berber or the Ottoman Empire? You dig what I'm talking about? The Ottoman Empire snatched up people all over Africa, from Kenya to Uganda to Somalia. They snatched up all them people and took them to the Middle East. The Middle East is way more established and accomplished than Black America. Most of the world's wealth is in Asia, specifically in the Middle East. You dig what I'm talking about? Why you don't see Africans trying to attach to their accomplishments? And all of this transpired with the Ottoman Empire around the same time the transatlantic slave trade was going on. The Ottoman Empire was kidnapping folks from Africa from the 1300s all the way to, I want to say, the 17 to 1800. This is when our people, so-called, was getting snatched up. So why y'all don't claim them? Why you don't take credit for their culture? Because their culture don't move the needle like ours. And I'm rambling, but y'all go ahead.
Okay, can I have not a human being? Can I have your ethnicity? I sent you an invite to unmute your mic. I have your ethnicity, and I'm gonna give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
Hey, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. All right. This is my first time doing something like this. Yeah, I'm Black American. I'm from Chicago, but I got a little Texas in me and whatnot. But yeah, and what else did you ask me before the
Just
prompt?
basically, what's your ethnicity, and you can read the prompt.
Oh yeah. Why are Black Americans proud of America, not Africa? First of all, the person that went before me, she pretty much said a lot in itself. I really appreciate her message. But yeah, we're proud of America because we are American. And I'm gonna be real quick because I got to go. But just to get into my genealogy personally, when it comes to people trying to make us African by saying that we were slaves and they try to use that synonymously, African and slave. And I personally have found multiple slaves, a handful of slaves in my genealogy, and they all ended up being indigenous people, born into indigenous nations. And I know people might think that it's because they were owned by Native Americans, the Siberians is what we call them, but they were actually owned by white people who either married into the land or just owned us as slaves. So that just tells you right there that we were the slaves here in America, whether or not they brought Africans over here. So if that's something that people try to use as like a way to say that we're African, that's totally false. I know that personally. And yeah, we proud to be American because American culture is the culture. American culture is Black American culture. Like anything that they think that is a subculture from whatever white people put together and we had made do with that, that's totally opposite. It's the total opposite. They just get to be the face of everything. We don't eat hot dogs and hamburgers every damn day. That's what people think of when they think of America. America is much more than that. And you see it on people of every ethnicity and every race. And it's crazy. But yeah, that's all I had to say. Yeah, that's it. How do I get up out here whenever I'm ready to get off?
I got you.
Unless you got any questions.
Whoa. Good night. Thank you for adding to the conversation. Okay,
Bye
bye.
bye.
I would like to say something whenever I'm given time.
Go ahead. Let me give you a minute.
All right. Number one, I think that the lady queen who came up was cosplaying as a Black American. Often they do this to
Facts.
somehow fill the spaces that Black Americans are in. But number one, I think it's quite problematic because indirectly what they're saying is our ancestors are lying. Their oral account of what happened is a lie. It's not truthful. And they often make this particular claim, which has no factual backing. They often like to bring up, well, we believe in a transatlantic slave trade as the narrative was given to us, which is unfactual. Mathematically speaking, it was an impossibility. However, there's only the Catilda, which is a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a boat that exists today. We know that the powers that be like to showcase what they have done and their success, and often they'll put them in museums. We have Viking ships that are older than the so-called transatlantic slave trade ship that supposedly brought millions and millions of Africans to the Americas. But they won't question that narrative. They won't use that logic because often they believe in and what is given to them in terms of the powers that be without giving any thought to it whatsoever. I think that's quite problematic. Us as Black Americans, we look at the evidence, and I'm willing to give $500 and send it to anyone's Cash App if they can produce any tangible empirical evidence of Black people being here according to the narrative that's given from Africa to the Americas. And if history exists here in America the same way it supposedly existed, how things happen of Africa, I don't have anyone, grandfather said great nephews taken to the America that exists on the continent of Africa. They wouldn't. But I this is something that really boils my skin when I hear this, because they would sit there and they will look at the people of Papua New Guinea, and they would say, "Oh, these people are indigenous because our white tea supremacist masters told us so." They would just simply believe it, even though they look like our cousins, our brothers, our uncles, and they will undermine the likes, and they would say, "Well, you phenotypically look like an African." But if you look at the Olmec statues, it look just like us. And that is the oldest statue here in the Americas. If you look at Louisiana, which was discovered, it looks like every Black American's auntie, which is the oldest remains discovered here in the Americas, phenotypically speaking. They don't make these comparisons. They don't use logic. They don't employ logic whatsoever. But often I also find a problem with Black Americans, because what they do is they will call themselves African American, which makes no sense to me logically speaking, because if an African comes to America and they marry a Black American or a white person, by that definition, their child is African American. Elon Musk's children, if his children is second generation to America, by that same definition, his child is African American. And that deletes the history, and it deletes our ancestral plot that they had to fight for in terms of their struggle and all that we have gone through. So I think both of these things are quite problematic to me. And I'll land.
I'm gonna do it. Oh, the panel is open, you guys. I'm on live. Anybody
how you
want to
doing?
chime in? We can start from the top.
Yeah,
Who
I'm
just
here.
came off their mic?
This is Cairo.
Cairo. Okay, you got 60
Yeah.
seconds. Go ahead.
Okay, so I
Wait,
find
hold on, Itwani. I think he's new on the panel, so we're gonna give him three.
Oh,
Let me
my
hear you.
fault. What's
Yeah,
your
can I have your
ethnicity?
ethnicity?
okay. May I give what I hope is a satisfactory answer to this question?
What, your
Yeah, but she
ethnicity?
always like to start off with your ethnicity first, if you don't mind.
Ethnicity, race, and nationality. That was European construct that put us in the position where we are
Brother,
today.
is your grandparents from the South or the Caribbean? It's not hard, bro. Come on, brother.
No,
Work
no,
with
no,
me,
no,
my G.
no. Does it matter? Does it
It
matter?
I
does
mean, that's how
matter.
the host like to run her panel. I'm
No.
my bad. Go ahead, love.
No,
No,
because
it does matter. If you would like to speak on my panel, then you can simply answer what your ethnicity is. If you would not, then we could just move forward.
okay, I'm in Finland. I was born in Finland.
Okay. Are
I'm in
you
Espoo, Finland, just outside of Helsinki right
are
now.
your parents from Africa or the Caribbean?
They were born here in actually Russia.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Why are you getting up here telling lies?
Okay. Is that a foreign concept that there are indigenous people in Russia? And is that a foreign concept to you?
Just go ahead and answer the prompt. You'll get 2 minutes because I'm
Okay.
not about to play these.
No, okay, so this last summer I had some time, and I was checking TikTok for the first time. I always thought it was like a kids app, and I came across terms like FBA and pretendians and this whole quote unquote Black Americans against Africans. And if you have ever read, it's called the United States Presidential Memorandum Number 46. You will see clearly what's happening as how, well, basically it states that the greatest threat to the America is not terrorism. The greatest threat to America's survival is the Black men and women of America doing business with the Black men and women of Africa, because they will consider themselves brothers and sisters and favorable business partners and will squeeze them out. And it goes through pages of how they plans to pit the educated Blacks against the uneducated Blacks, the well-to-do Blacks against the non-well-to-do Blacks. And I'm seeing this like in real time. And it's really interesting And but the thing is, what's even more importantly, with this whole what I guess for some people, I'm here on TikTok, is a fairly new concept of black people being in the Americas before Christopher Columbus. And then I hear some of them to go further say that they have no connections to Africa whatsoever because they're indigenous to the Americas. But interesting enough, if you ask them where the original information came from, they don't know. And I was studying this information back in the 80s. I'm 57 years old. And it was really popular in the States 1919 until 1930. There was a huge following of this is our indigenous land, but it was also noted that we came from Kush a long time ago, but we're the same people. So whoever started this divide that, or the indigenous, quote unquote, BLK people of Americas have no association to the African continent. That's at Memorandum 46. I mean, like over here in Europe, like it's not a, we know Leif Erikson, the Vikings, sailed to the Americas almost 500 years before Columbus. So did other people.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I had to say. So please, if you have time and interest, it's called the United States Presidential Memorandum Number 46, and this is happening in real time. And may I also say that there's a few of us here who've sort of tried to game theory the FBA movement and what the objective is, and it seems that there are a lot of people in it are very, very sincere. But I think that the top objective that they don't know is that there is no objective but to cause divide.
There's been no unity. There's nothing to
Yes,
divide.
no, no,
And
no.
aren't you in Finland? So I don't understand how could this have anything to do with you at all?
So this is what I
Like,
mean.
how are you
This
guys
is
like super
this is what I
united
mean.
in Finland?
This is what I mean. You're because of
Are
geographical location.
you united
I
with other deeply melanated people in Finland? Like, what's the climate like over there?
of course we know our history here. We know our history in Europe. We know
What's
the
your
book.
history? Can you give me
We
a little bit of background on Finland's black population? Like, are you guys indigenous to Finland? Is there a migration story? Like, how did your
actually
name
actually
start here?
actually okay. Um, it was called the Fomorians, and it was all of Tallinn, Finland, Estonia. The original Russians were black people. Putin has a statue of a black man on his desk. They consider him the father of Russian literature. You know, like it's not hidden here. And when books of history books were first coming to the Americas in the early 1900s, um, the translation Moors were taken out and was replaced with blacks. And I found it really hard in the 80s when I was trying to find out more about myself as a quote unquote black person. I would always end up at slavery. That was the wall.
Wait,
I couldn't get past that.
I'm confused why you brought up Russia when you said that you're in Finland. Like, they're
It's
not the same. I don't
actually
know why.
okay, but
Why you bring
you're
up Putin? Like,
okay.
what does that have to do with? You said you're from. Would that make you Finnish? Is that how you say it, Finnish?
Yes, okay, but you're
You're
looking at time
Finnish.
in
Your ethnic
history,
group is a black Finnish person.
May I say something? You're looking at time in history in modern times. You're looking at
No, I'm
borders
trying to
today.
understand what's going on right
Okay,
now. So
okay,
I'm asking you,
okay,
and you're conflating Finland with Russia. I
okay.
don't
No,
understand
no,
what.
no, no, no.
Like,
You
who's the
asked me
prime
what my
minister?
business. You asked me
Okay,
what my
who's
business
the
was. I'm in
prime minister?
Finland.
No, I didn't ask you
Stubes
what your business
of
was. I said,
Finland.
what?
It's Stubes.
No,
It's
no,
Stubes.
no. I didn't ask you what your business was. I said, what's your ethnicity? And you said
No,
Finnish.
no, no, no.
You told me
When I
you were from Finland.
okay, may I explain, please?
No, because you already spoke over 3 minutes and now I can ask
Okay,
you a question.
okay,
You refuse to answer me. I'm trying to understand
okay. Please
where
ask
you're
your
from.
question.
I never
Please ask your
said
question.
if you would allow, like, not allow, because no one allows me to do anything.
Nor
You
they should.
said,
Nor should you.
could you please have some decorum and just I'm going in and I'm gonna continue to talk. I said, what's your ethnicity? You said I'm from Finland. I'm from Finland. I said, okay, well, where are your parents from? And you said Finland. Now you're saying I asked you what your business was. I never asked you what your business was or what you did for work or were you
No, no,
traveling to
no,
Finland
no,
for
no, no,
work.
no. It had nothing to do with my business profession. I think you misunderstood me. No, you asked me because I'm in Finland. What was my business? Talking to you, and I said, why does geography matter?
And I'm asking you
That
about your lineage and your ethnic background. And then you brought up Russia and
okay,
said the Russian president has a black statue on his desk. And I'm asking you, what does that have to do with you being a Finnish person? I don't understand. Russian and Finnish are two separate ethnicities.
okay, you were asking me before about Finland and about the black population in Finland, so I was trying to answer your question.
And you brought up
But
Russia.
as far as yes, well, as I'm saying, you're looking at Finland was actually part of Russia at one point, man. Please understand that.
In 1917, it's 2026.
Okay,
So what does that have to do with present day?
okay, but but history's everything.
Okay, so basically you're saying that
Okay,
we're divided and the
okay.
fact that all of this is by design so that we won't have unity because if we did, then we would consider ourselves brothers and sisters.
I'm not
At the
saying
end of the
that.
day,
I'm saying the
you didn't say
Presidential
that.
Memorandum 46 says that.
You just said if we did, then we would be considered. Am I? But are you
No,
gaslighting me?
ma'am. I
Anyone
said,
else on the panel? Did y'all hear me say
Yeah,
ma'am.
that?
we
No,
nah, he definitely gaslighting you. We
no,
was
no, no,
sitting
no.
back just
Please, please,
listening.
please. No, I said that
Okay,
the United States
we should
Presidential
do it like
Memorandum
this.
46. I was
When is it?
quoting. I was
When did
quoting.
you
I
immigrate to
was quoting
Finland?
something.
Oh, when did your people
Right.
immigrate to Finland?
Okay. I would like to. Why is this interest with me in Finland? Can we discuss
I mean, that's where you're
your
from.
topic? Can we discuss the topic about indigenous people and the
He don't want to answer
Americas?
that question.
Right.
When did people immigrate to Finland? That's a simple how about question. Where y'all originally from?
Okay. If you had listened to me before, I told that the indigenous people in Eastern Europe, they were called the Fomorians. Do you remember I said the Fomorians?
Okay, are
Right?
those your
Hold on. One mic.
hold on. Are those your people?
They're your people too, brother.
No, I didn't ask you that. Are those your people?
They're our
Through
people.
lineage. Through
They're our
lineage.
people.
No,
They're
through
our.
lineage.
But do you think we all races popped up independently? We all come from the
I
same
mean,
lineage, brother.
how about asking you? How about me on the continent of Africa, right? Not
Mhm.
all tribes are the same, right? You got different tribes, and they
Okay,
consider
Yes.
so
themselves a different group of people.
Okay. Here's the thing.
Okay,
You
so
may
like in
have different
Nigeria,
tribes, but they all come from one lineage to separate it to different tribes.
they
So
all don't come from one lineage, sir.
are you saying that a
How about
human beings
are you saying
independently
that
popped up
Ethiopian?
differently?
Are you saying that Ethiopian and Nigerian are the same?
Brother, what I'm saying, they come from do we not come from the same source?
No,
No.
Okay.
we don't.
I mean, if you make your argument,
Okay, can
if you
you
made
prove
that
that?
argument,
Can
okay,
Okay,
you
you make
prove
that
that we do?
argument,
Hold
okay.
on, FBA. Can you prove that we all come from? I think you're trying to say we all come from Africa. Is that what you're trying to get to?
no. I didn't mention it, so we come from the same source.
What you mean by source?
Okay, I am also aware that our compasses has been changed, and what we considered east today was once west, and what is north
Yeah,
is
I
now
heard that
south.
theory too. I'm
Right?
asking you what
And I'm also
what's the
and
source? I'm asking you what's the source? You talking
that's
about
a good
God?
question.
okay, well, I can just go by science and genetics that all human beings came from one person, and then we
So,
branched out. Correct?
Who's
so,
the
so,
person? Who's the person?
The first human being,
Who was the first human being?
whoever that was, right? Whoever that was. But there had to be a start, right?
Okay, so you don't know who that was, but you're telling us that we all come from them, and you're telling us that we're all the same. I'm trying to pick up what you're putting down. I don't.
For real. I'm
Yeah.
confused.
Yeah, I mean, because in his argument,
I don't like
if you saying
I
that,
don't like
then
to use I don't like to
I
use the word
mean, but in your
human
argument,
being,
hold on, but
but
you saying
I'm
that in your
saying,
argument, so are white folks and Arabs, all of them, are those your brothers and sisters too?
okay, may I say something?
Hold on,
All Arabs,
are white
I'm
folks?
answering your question. I'm answering your
Go ahead.
question, brother. All Arabs, all South Americans,
Thanks, Stephanie.
all Indians are all mixed races. They were not on the planet 2,000 years ago. Do you
The
understand that?
planet is older than
These
2,000 years,
are
so
mixed races.
Huh?
If you've never
But you
heard
said
of
we
the
all came from the same source,
brother,
though.
if you've never heard of the Jectonite theory of the several ice ages, and we as melated people being trapped in those several ice ages, and what happened to our skin tone, what happened to our eyes, what happened to our demeanor because nature was so hostile to us, and we came back changed.
What? Are you saying that
You don't know the
we
Jectonite
mutated
theory.
during an ice age into
You don't know
Caucasian
you don't
people?
know the mutation theory. You think we just all popped up independently, right?
I don't think we all popped up independently.
Okay.
There are plenty of theories, but I've never heard of this one of us being trapped in an ice age and we
It's
mutated
Jectonite.
into a different race.
It's
I never heard of
Jectonite
that.
theory. Yeah, it's Professor Booker T. Coleman, one of your
Yeah.
American black professors.
you mean Booker T. Washington?
Coleman.
Oh, okay, my
Booker
fault.
T.
Let me
Washington.
Google him and see
Booker
All
who.
right,
T.
that must be the
Coleman.
Timu version.
He has changed his name since then. Ayahuasca something, but you can still find him
Okay,
under
he's a
Professor Coleman.
writer. Booker T. Coleman is a writer. I think he was in one of Tariq's
Right.
in one of Tariq's documentaries.
Right. Well, he also plans public school educational systems.
It says he's a teacher and a consultant, an educator from the Bronx, New York. Okay.
You guys should know him. He is one of your
I'm familiar with
giants.
his face,
In
but
his intellect, he is one of your giants there. He is one of your giants.
It's giving Timu real bad.
Words you it's definitely not giving a giant at all.
No, he
But you
is.
still, but you still haven't answered the question.
For real.
Like we want to know, when did you immigrate to Finland? When did your people get there?
Like case in point, I could tell you that my grandma. Hold on. I could tell you that my great great
you're laughing
grandfather
because you know
moved from
that you're telling
Georgia
us
to
that
Of course
Mississippi.
I'm laughing.
this
So
man is
when did
telling
your
us a
family move
goddamn
to
a
goddamn
fable
Finland?
in a folklore. It's given the fucking the Lion Witch in the Wardrobe. Look, everybody
It's definitely giving the
we're
Wiz
all
right now.
entitled to our own theories. Like I don't really I'm not into telling people that they're wrong or whatever, but it goes back for me. I just keep replaying religious psychosis in my head and how overtly religious people, how they are. And this is how a lot of a couple of y'all on my panel has been this way tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder, do he believe in flat blackness? Do you believe in flat blackness, Khalid?
Your brother, do I believe in
I
what?
said, you believe in flat blackness?
Flat blackness? What
Yeah,
is
you
what
believe
is
in
that?
that?
I don't know what that is. What is flat blackness?
What do you think it is when you hear flat blackness?
I don't know. I understand flat would mean horizontal, but I don't understand what an angle would have to do with blackness.
Okay, I sum up for it. He believing that all melanated groups of people, all Black Americans, the diaspora Africans, that we all one people.
Okay.
There's no difference between us.
Of course, there's differences. There's differences
But
in your own.
You
No,
just said
no,
earlier
no.
that we all the same.
There's okay. You can come from the same family. But you're different from your brother, correct?
What were you talking about? Mindset?
No, you can come from the same family and still be different.
But how do you
There, of course, there's going to be
Like height?
differences. No, there's going to be differences,
What we
and
trying to say?
you know, you could come from the same family, and you could be a Muslim, and your brother could be a
But it's not
Baptist,
answering my question
right?
though. You believe
He
in
could
flat
he could
blackness,
like hard rock.
but it's not answering my question because we're not brothers and sisters.
Okay,
We don't come from the same lineage.
indifference in what way you talking then?
I'm just asking you a question. Do you believe all melanated group of people, all black people, if you love to use that word, are all the same?
I think they come
There's
from
no difference.
no. I think they come from the same source, but we're not all the same. Nor are all white people the same. Nor are
Did
all
you
Chinese
explain the
people the
source
same.
already? Did you explain the source? I know you were asked that.
No,
Nah, he
Hell
don't know what the
no.
source is. He don't
no,
know
no,
what the
no.
source
Of
is.
course I don't. Do you?
What's the
but
what's
I
the
Sir, it's
just
not
call
my
it.
source?
I
claim.
just used the word
I didn't
source.
claim that. So
but
how
I'm
the hell
I'm
how
confused.
I
explain your
just used the
point?
word source because it had to have been a beginning for us
I
because
mean,
we're
but I'm
here.
asking you, are you the people you were talking about in Finland? Are you those people? Do you descend from those folks?
It's all the same people. You're the same people, brother. As I said
So
that
I'm the same
before.
people. I'm the same people as the people in
From
Finland.
from the same lineage, from the same source.
So
So
how do
what
You
you
is
may
it
be in
factor
a
in
saying?
the
different.
So
You
when
may
African?
be
you
in a. You
No,
may. Okay,
that's
listen
not
to
how
me,
lineage work.
brother.
That's
No,
not how
no, no.
lineage
Listen
work.
to me. Listen to me. You may be in a different geographical location. You may have a
How the hell we
different
all the same
cultures and stuff.
lineage?
But listen. When I use the word source, is because I'm saying from the, we have the same beginning.
I'm just gonna take that as a no.
Whatever we are. Okay, no, no,
I'm gonna take that as
brother.
a no.
You have to
I
understand.
mean, sir,
Um,
I heard you
what
perfectly fine. I take
divides
that as
the
a no.
world? What divides the world? You see, quote unquote, black people. We are our own worst enemies. We are
I mean, it's not like you're taking
more
somebody
of our
else's
enemies
identity.
than we think white man is. White man doesn't have to do nothing.
So you believe that you can go anywhere across this whole globe and take up somebody else's identity. That's what you're telling me.
Take up
Because
somebody.
we all, but
Why
because
would
we
I
all
need? Why
came.
would I need to do?
Hold on. Because we
Okay,
all come
I've
from the
never
same
said that
source.
to you. And why would I? Why would anybody need to do that?
because you're ashamed of where you're from.
I mean, you haven't
Exactly,
even
because you
told us
can't
where
even
you're
tell us.
from
Okay,
originally.
Can I
okay.
pose a question? Are you
If that's what
Like
factoring in?
if that's
the
what
All right,
you
first
hold
okay,
on.
if that's
question.
what you
Cairo,
say,
mute up, brother. You've
I'm
been
not gonna.
talking this whole time. Go ahead, Nor, because he's getting
Yes,
on my nerve, bro.
are you factoring in people such as people from India who's also melanated? Are you factoring in people from Asian descent? And how do you factor in Neanderthal people who are mixed? How do you factor that into your theory?
Who you talking to, Cairo?
Yes.
Cairo, come up off your mute. You
Yes,
hear his
okay.
question?
So I'm glad you brought up India.
And Neanderthal people.
Okay, okay, which was actually Hindustan right
We know.
before. Okay, so India. Do you know that there's a professor? By the end of my conversation, I'll have his name, and I'll be able to put in the comments if not. And he talks about, you know what? No one told us we were black. When they talk about the
The
when the
Indian
first
people are black.
barbarians came into the Indus Valley, it was all an African civilization. So when they came in and they dated some of the women, this was Alexander the Great. They raped some of the women. They
Hey,
married some
hey,
of the
don't say
women.
that. Don't say
I'm
that.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Say
Okay.
great or
Yeah,
essay.
great. Some of the women. So when they were leaving, they left their mixed blood in control because they know that even though they would be sympathetic to their own people because they were mixed race, they would always take the most advantageous side.
So it's your position that Indian
Please
people.
let me finish. Please let me finish. So the concept of karma and dharma was brought about after the Europeans came in, that the lighter you were in this life was because you were good in your past life. So a Brahmin almost looks was what you would
Yeah,
call
that's
like
the
a European.
ideology. But we're talking
Okay,
about
but
genetics
that's
here.
okay. But the whole thing, when I said I'm glad you brought up India because India was an African civilization, and the
Wow.
people there now are a mixed race. I said before, Arabs are mixed race. All
So
South
how do you factor
Americans,
in
Mexicans
Neanderthal?
are a mixed race. Now,
and the
okay,
Neanderthal.
now we bring about the Neanderthal. This is interesting because now we have to say, well, okay, how did the Neanderthal cross over? Because the Neanderthal and modern man did exist at the same time. Nothing is new under the sun. So how did the Neanderthal man and woman develop reasoning and speech? Now, was it the old pigment, the old paintings of pictures that we used to see of the caveman, um, kidnapping a woman and dragging her to the cave? So
Hey,
they
brother, you
might
got
have.
you
Okay,
monologuing, bro. There's other people on
okay,
the panel.
I'm
Wrap it up
sorry,
in 60 seconds, bro.
but
Hurry up, bro.
one of your historians said that there might have been what was called grape between the modern man and the Neanderthal man, and then that mix gave the Neanderthal reasoning and speech, but still
So
was
are they a
cunning.
different group or are they the same group?
No, there's a very different species.
Can I say
They're
something?
Yes, please. Thanks.
Hold
that
on. No,
undermines your
let
whole
Unwritten
argument then.
speak. Let Unwritten speak because she was trying to say something for a while. Go ahead,
Please.
Unwritten.
Somebody.
Yeah, no, I was asking him. Um, I know people are. I feel like people are trying to tired of this guy, though. To be honest, so we can move on. We can move on.
Please.
Yeah, I wanted to say
Please.
something if that's okay.
Okay, now with that mix, you understand this is a difference between
Go ahead,
Go
Meg.
ahead. Yeah.
Siphoning is the process of using gravity and atmospheric pressure to transfer liquids from a higher container to a lower one through a tube or pipe. So how can we work with the black diaspora when they siphon off of us? They vibrate at a much lower vibration than we do. And I say that because for you to leave your country and move to a country that is pillaging and draining your resources dry, instead of you staying and fighting, you move over here and you siphon off of us. How do you expect us to work with people like that, Cairo? And
are you
this
in
is
America?
and I'll say this. This is
You're in
exactly
America,
what
right?
this is. I'm not finished. This is exactly what Cairo is doing right now. He
That's
is
calling
siphoning
the
off.
that's
He is
about
siphoning.
calling
Let
the
me speak. He
that's
is
about
siphoning
call.
off of our energy. He is siphoning off of our energy. And he is getting some type of, I don't know, euphoric or some type of gratitude or some type of satisfaction in causing chaos among
That
us,
is
like
calling.
what his people do with each other, with all those damn tribes over there. That's exactly what he's doing right now. He's siphoning off of our energy.
You
And I want
are
y'all
in
to know that.
What do you mean we are in America? What does that have to do with other deeply melanated groups of people siphoning our energy? They come here and do it. Like, so
He's
what are
causing
you
chaos.
saying?
He's actually causing chaos
And
right
then
now
for him to
purposely
be
because he's getting something from
continuously
it.
lying about who he is and not wanting to tell us that he's African, I think that's a continental
America
accident.
is a parasite of the
No one ever said that America wasn't.
and as
However,
soon as
we've literally been its main host. We've been its main
America
reason. Shut up, or unless I'm gonna drop
and
you.
white people
You're getting dropped. Shut the fuck up. I don't had enough. All
He's
right,
getting something from
King
it.
of kindness.
Sorry to cut
Hold
you off.
on, King of kindness. Hello, how are you?
What's going on, Love Jones? I'm doing pretty good, man. Can't
Hold
complain.
on.
Can't complain. What's happening?
Okay, let me go ahead and give you your 3 minutes so you could go ahead and speak on the prompt.
I mean, I don't even really need that much, Tom. You already know how I feel about this, right? You know, we're proud of America because we're Americans, man. We're the real Americans, the real indigenous American Indians, bubs. You know what I'm saying? We're not from Africa. No offense to Africans. We've just never been over there. I say the same things because, like, the truth doesn't change, right? And it's real simple, right? It's the devil and his system and his world and his people that try to complicate things, but it's real simple, right? People are like, oh, you say the same talking point too. Nigga, the truth doesn't change. Unlike other people's so-called alleged truths that are, that are people like completely ripping holes in everything in their entire existence. They don't even want to go to court with us because, they already know, our people are sharp. We will literally destroy them in court. They don't want no smoke, right? So we're proud of America because we are the only real Americans, like the real ones, bubs. Not like, even the white tees, they're from Europe. Like, but again, right? It's spiritual warfare and it's a biblical aspect. If Afra CA was the motherland, when God gave the white T little boy Esau dominion over the earth, if this shit would have been the United States of Africa. No, the white T little boy, he knew where was the number one lands are and where God's number one people are, the Americas. This is why you can say black people are indigenous all over the world. But why not America? Why you got other black people arguing with us over America? But we supposed to be all black people. Where's the unification? There never was any. And I'm generally speaking, you got good and bad in all races. You got people that do fuck shit in all races. But here's the thing, and listen, the shift is here. We are here, bubs. Black Americans, it's our time. Okay, we took our punishment. We took our 400 years like a G. Genesis 15:13. That shit ended in 2019. The whole world descended into chaos in 2019. That was the beginning of their end. It happened spiritually already. We're just waiting for our Father to do it physically. And that's his timing. But it's clear. It's clear that a fundamental shift has happened in the world. And I'll end with this. Love Jones, I love you, girl, right? The world is either gonna rise with the truth or die with the lies. All praises to the Most High.
Okay, Del Monte, hello.
Can you hear me clear?
I can. Go ahead. You got 3 minutes.
Just saying hello to the room. And sis, what's going on, everybody? I've been kind of observing here and there. I observed the whole situation differently.
Okay.
Early 2000s, I was an operator. I'm a soldier. We had to do things in Somalia and all this other stuff.
Okay.
That's my point of view of it. I look at it overall. We're not paying attention. In these panels and things, these people are just trying to pull information out of us on our culture. It's a misdirection. So while we're saying and displaying what our culture is and our history, they'll be coming back later on trying to change places with this. Somebody put a battery in these people's back. So everything that we say, we really shouldn't say and repeat our history, so they can't repeat it back and claim it later when we're not in the position to defend it and to claim
Who
it.
do you think sent them?
I don't know. Somebody put a battery in their back with this shit because it's been going on for like the last 5 years or something like that. This has been going on. And then they'll come back and repeat our own stuff back towards us.
And cosplay even better.
Yeah, but they can't have 360 waves because it don't work like that.
Yeah.
But
it's like the people that was up here earlier. It was clear as day that she was pretending.
Yes, it's something these people don't get it. They're not gonna get it. They're late to the party. So some of this stuff we shouldn't really give too much aspect to it. We really need to be repairing ourselves at this point, because in a minute there's potential there won't be no money and no electricity. So you got to look at that aspect as well. But we shouldn't really be arguing with these people because they're trying to replace us. Somebody put the battery in their back, because that's why they always been saying we should go to Africa while they constantly coming here. Observe as the hawk flies, and says you can drop me on down.
Okay, safe travels.
Yeah, can you drop me? But can I say one last thing before you drop me?
Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to say that not all of them, but a lot of them are agents of chaos. And because we're so on one accord with each other right now, they come on here and they try to create division and confusion between us. You have to remember, these people are coming from a land where they have 1,001 different tribes and ethnic group, even though they look identical to each other. And look at what's happening right now in South Africa, how they're going after the black immigrants that look like them and not the YT ones that got over 75% of their land. So we are very different in that way. And yeah, that's all I wanted to say. You could drop me. Thank you so much for having me on.
You're welcome. Good night. Professor Alon, hello. Professor, hello.
All the way on mute. Yeah.
Go
Hey.
ahead. Start your countdown. Go
Yeah.
for it.
So why are Black Americans proud of America, not Africa? Because we're not African. We've never been African. The old people, my grandparents, the golden generation, never mentioned Africa. Furthermore, my granddaddy, who unalived at 95 years of age in the 1990s, um, said that Africans were evil. That's what he told me. I had never met an African. I have a video on my page if y'all want to check it out of where I interviewed uh, the golden generation in Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee. And I have an 85-year-old man who said that he never heard the word Africa and that his grandparents were Blackfoot Indian. So we have no connection to this place. And we're being gaslighted into believing that we are. I lived in West Africa for a brief amount of time, and none of their culture was similar to ours. Even the drums that they would play, the drums had no rhythm. I was like, what? It didn't sound like the drums in church. Are FBA's traitor to their ancestry by claiming America? No, because America is our ancestry. Some scholars say America used to be called Amexem. Some people say Turtle Island.
Yeah, I heard Tamari as well.
Tamari. That's interesting because Dr. Yosef Ben Yakinen said that Egypt, which Egypt is a YT word, it was a sistered cities. It was Kemet and Tamaria. So I wonder is Kemet was what is modern day Egypt and America is Tamari. That's a wonder of mine, but we don't have any link to Africa. In West Africa to this day, there are no, they don't have a culture that's even vaguely similar to us. Furthermore, they don't look like us. When I was in West Africa, everybody was asking me where I was from. They know we not them, and they're not us. The ladies don't look the same as y'all. So we're just standing on 10 and claiming our ethnic heritage. And that's offensive to them. Why? Because they, like other groups, have made a whole lifestyle out of tethering onto our greatness and sucking it out of us like parasites. That's no offense. I'm just being literal with y'all. They have a parasitic culture. In their culture, they don't get along. Black Americans are unified. We get along with each other. I'm learning as I get a little older that a lot of the violence that you see in the black community doesn't even come from us. It's been from foreigners the whole time who've been labeled as black and put into our demographic data. So in conclusion, we're not traitors. We're actually the opposite of traitors because we are claiming our own heritage on the homeland that's linked back to our ethnic heritage.
You see, this is the reason why
Professor,
I
I just
question
followed you.
Oh
I love
God.
your spirit.
your being a professor.
Black Lion, you was
See,
quiet this whole time,
hold
and
on.
as soon as
Can I
Professor Aline said
Let me
can
something,
just
I
give it.
can
I
I
just
say
want to say
something? Can I say
two
something?
seconds. I'll be 2 seconds. I just want to say, Professor, I love your spirit, man. I just followed you. Like you sound like a very knowledgeable man, and like you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Right.
That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
go ahead, Black Lion, since you just love Professor Aline.
They all do.
Oh, he must be doing the taking the order. Okay. Well, why weren't you here earlier? We had a couple people up in here that, oh my goodness, it would have been very, very.
Love Jones, let me answer this guy, please.
He didn't ask you a question to answer him, but go ahead since you
No,
want to talk.
but what he said is not accurate. What he said is not accurate. How can he possibly say that African women are nothing like Black American? How can he possibly say that?
When did he? What?
How can
Okay.
he said it?
You're not
He said, how can he
listening.
possibly
You're
say that?
not
How
listening.
can he
Him too.
possibly say that we African drums are nothing like Black American drum? How can he
No
possibly say
rhythm.
that?
No
Again, I
rhythm.
Professor,
think
are you professor in what?
you're
Can I
proving his
answer? Can you answer your
point.
question? You are a professor in what?
Multiple things, but how's that relevant?
Multiple things? Really, multiple things? Are you professor of what? Can you tell me that?
He about to ask you for evidence.
Don't ask me for my
Can you tell me
You
phone
are you
know
number.
they
professor
always
in
need
what?
evidence. They
I
always need
can't ask
evidence.
Professor Allen, Professor Allen,
Salon. I can't
Professor Allen, you are a professor in what?
you think I'm cute or something, dude. I like women, man. I'm not giving you my phone number.
But
Hey,
you
stop.
see you look faggot. You look faggot. You look faggot.
Don't come up here
Nah, bro,
saying
get
that,
out of here
Black
with that,
Lions.
bro.
I'm gonna drop your ass.
Come on,
You know
man.
you cannot use
I think the women
term
would disagree.
panel. You trying to crash my life?
Yeah,
Right.
he's
Like,
gonna
what
be
is
dropped
wrong
out
He
of
with
just
you?
here
disrespected me in
with
front of you.
that.
Did you say anything?
I
He
Can
didn't
disagree.
I?
call you out your
Well, how did he
name, bro.
disrespect you?
He told me that he's not a woman. That mean what? That mean I'm a gay?
That
I'm a
means
woman.
nigga, what, bro? You wilding,
That's
bro.
what he just
He
said.
asking me for
He
all
just
types
said
of
that.
Bro,
information.
Love Jones. This guy is professor in what? Can he answer that question,
no,
please?
listen. What's up with y'all when Black Americans say we're something or we're deuce? Why everybody want fucking evidence and proof? Like, what the fuck up with that? Shit is
You
weird,
don't have to
bro.
prove anything to me.
We don't
Because
have to prove
every single
nothing
thing
to
he said is
nobody, bro.
nonsense.
Bro, no.
Every
Who
single thing
are
he said is
you?
nonsense.
Who
Can
are
you
you,
tell me he's a
brother?
professor in what? And he
Bro,
said
who
I'm a
are?
professor in
But no,
multiple things.
no. Let me say this. This is actually an excellent point because he is showing, he's proven how little and lowly these people look at us. And I've been saying this shit. They live. It's the same. They always
It
accusing
doesn't
us
have to do
of a
any.
white tee.
Listen,
Hear me
listen to
out,
me.
bro.
Listen to
Hear
me.
me
Listen to me.
out. Two
This guy
seconds.
gonna come on this
Black
panel
Lion, you gotta
and
let other people
Wait.
speak, bro. You've been talking this whole time. Go ahead,
Right.
King.
They're
Dude,
always accusing us of white tee narrative, but literally their whole fucking identity, ideology,
Stop
everything they
cussing so
say.
much.
Oh, sorry,
Potty
sorry. My
mouth.
bad. My
he's
bad.
gonna come here.
My
He's gonna
bad.
come
Oh,
on
bro,
this
Black
no,
panel.
don't try
Lion,
to.
let
Black
somebody
Lions, let
else
him
talk.
land.
Let me finish.
God
I'm sorry
damn.
about my apologies about the cursing. But yeah, so for him to, so the brother said he's a professor. Did you hear it in his undertone? A professor in what? 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 Where's your evidence? Where's your proof? They look. I'm telling you, they look at us how white tees look at us. These people do not respect us. They don't think we're intelligent. They think their toddlers are more smarter than us,
Absolutely not. Absolutely
right?
not.
But yes, okay, I'll land.
But Professor Alon, you go ahead. You next. You got
Absolutely,
60 seconds.
absolutely
Because
not. Listen,
Black Lion,
notice
stop
how
coming off
calm
your mute. Go ahead, Professor Alon.
notice how calm I was dealing with Black Lion. Black Lion is a typical West African who's either A, intimidated by me, or B, um, fighting an attraction towards me.
you're
These,
crazy.
these African dudes follow me around. Like, I don't understand what it is.
I
Um,
challenge you.
it's weird. Um, but I think that Black Lion said something. If I don't have evidence, what I said was nonsense. Is it true, Black Americans, that we have indigenous blood? And if that's true, were the indigenous people here before the Europeans? If the
Yes,
answer
we
is yes,
were.
which I could prove that it's yes, everything I said was true. As far as what I'm a professor in, number one, that's none of your GD business. Um, but I am a professor in two things. I'm not even gonna tell you because I don't have to prove anything to somebody who's not even in his homeland. Sir, we're not equals. You're on my homeland. I'm on my homeland. You're in my house, sir. I'm not in Ghana, Nigeria, wherever shithole you're from. I love TikTok. Stop. Um, but I used to live there, and when I lived there, it was disorganized. I made a claim that West African women don't look like Black American women. Look at Love Jones' picture. Look how beautiful she is. Let me show you a picture of West African.
Professor, you wild. Chill out with that, Professor. That's my baby. I'm just playing.
Boy,
Oh my
stop.
God.
Go
Y'all
ahead,
need to
Professor
stop that.
Alon.
I'm just stating a material fact, my friend. That's
Thank
all.
you.
Calm that down, brother. Just a little bit. Just a
No,
little
no, no.
bit.
I'm just stating a fact, man.
Can
I'm
I?
not.
Can I? Can
No,
I
it's
Thank
not
you.
your
please?
turn, Black Lion. You've been talking enough.
I'm
Professor
about to
Alon, you
say,
about to show us something?
Where these pictures went?
While you
yeah,
looking for FBA
that's
prime
my
time, you have
chocolate
something to
star right
say?
there.
Hold up, Atwani. Black Lions can say something. Go ahead. You got a minute.
You just said you are a professor in things. Professor in what? That's funny. Professor.
What?
Um, uh, Professor Allen, I
Pictures have
challenge
changed.
you. Hold on, can I finish? I challenge you. Hold on, let me
What are
finish.
you
I
challenging
challenge
him
you
to? Spit it
to a
out.
debate, in any subject of your choice, in any, I mean, in any subject of your
Are
of your
you?
Yo,
choice.
he's literally like
Okay,
Hold on,
flabbergasted.
King.
All right, my bad.
Wait a
okay.
minute.
I challenge you. I challenge you in
Yeah.
any subject, of your choice, in
You're
any
okay.
subject of choice. I'm a professor in things.
Okay,
You're just a thug.
All right,
Just a little
hold on.
thug
Let him respond,
coming
Black
here
Lion.
to.
Let him
okay,
respond. Go
refugee.
ahead, Professor.
Okay, refugee. Since you want to have a challenge, let's talk about America, American history. Go ahead. Go ahead. Black American history. Let's do it. That's the prompt.
He want to debate. Black Lions, you could come off of your mic.
I want to hear this.
Go ahead.
What do you want to debate about? About
Sir,
American
you
history? What
brought
do you
this
mean?
up. I'm not
American
interested in
history.
debating with somebody that's
American history.
hating.
What do you mean?
Sir, you're not my
American
equal. You
history.
are not my equal, sir. You're a
Listen,
refugee.
you said debate African history,
No,
American
you
history.
said
What did
debate.
that mean? What
Jesus.
do
What
you
does
mean
that
about what do you
mean?
mean with that? What do you mean American history?
Oh,
What do
Jesus.
you want to know?
What do you think
What
Black
do you want to
American
know?
history means? What do you think that
Excuse
means,
me?
sir? What do you think Black American history means? Do you want me to say it in Nigerian?
No, say it in Fulani. You
I don't want.
dumbass.
I don't want to know
No name
Fulani.
calling.
No.
And since he bringing up Fulani, don't they cut off your head, sir? The Fulani don't like you either. I'm cool with Fulanis. You
What
know,
do you know about Africa? You tell me.
man.
What do you know about
You
Africa?
got time for this jealous tether? You are jealous hearted, sir.
You see, you're calling me terror. You're
You
calling me
are
terror.
tether. Where do you live?
That's none of your business.
He
He's
lives
in
in America.
America.
He's a
That's
tether.
your that's not your
You are a
business.
tether, sir. Why aren't you in Africa, sir?
Sir, I just asked you, you are a professor in what?
Why
That's all I
aren't
want to know.
you in Africa,
You
tether?
are a professor in what? Professor
Why
in
aren't
what?
you in Africa, tether? I told you.
Sir,
I
you
told you
are a
more
professor
than
in
one
what?
thing. More than one
Sir,
thing.
more than one thing? A professor in more than one
What do
thing?
you hold on,
You
let's
just
play
said
this. Let's play this game. I'm a professor, that's verified. What do you do?
professor in what? I
What do you
just
do?
asked you. I just
What
you
do you
many
do for a
times.
living,
Professor
tether?
in what?
What's
You
your
cannot be a
career?
professor in many things. You are a professor in what?
What do you do,
I just ask
tether?
you. I have my own business.
What type of business is that?
None of your business. I just asked you many times. You are a professor in what?
What history and political science? What do you what incorporation does your business have? What corporate structure?
In accounting. In accounting.
What type of corporate structure are you registered under?
That's none of your business.
Because you don't have a fucking business. You work for Uber, sir.
I do, of course.
That's
I do.
And he sell DVDs on the
having
side.
masters.
No, I don't have to tell him that.
No,
I don't
tell
have
him
to tell
that. You
him
need
that.
to tell
No, I
them that.
don't.
They
No,
need to
I
listen
don't
to
have to
them
tell him
because
that.
they're talking bullshit
I
right
don't
now.
have to tell him
Oh,
that.
that's your girl. I'm here listening
Yo,
and you
they
guys are talking out of
Feel
turn.
like you
yo, that shit
nigga.
is
Your
funny.
girl
Really,
is
Oh
don't tell my
shit.
going
N-word
Get
thing.
your
You
off.
keep talking inflammatory language.
If you had a business, that would be easy to answer, by the way.
Yeah, he don't have one. He worked for Uber.
and he
This
sell
woman
DVDs on the
said,
side.
you tell them this is bullshit.
That was funny.
Oh
I
You're
ain't
not
gonna
gonna
lie.
embarrass our family.
Let me help
Oh
you.
shit. Oh my
Let me help
bad.
you.
Oh
Let me help you,
wow.
Tether. Let me help you, Tether. I have a business. I have a private practice, and my corporate structure is a C corp. What's your corporate structure, sir?
Ghana.
He
You
told
don't
his
know
wife he got business.
I have an LLC.
LLC. What
I
is
have an
that?
LLC. Okay.
Here we
What?
go. Hold on. How did you set up that
I have an
LLC?
LLC. Yes.
Hold on. No.
What?
You talking to somebody? You talking to somebody who knows? Where did you go to set up your LLC?
What are you talking about?
Exactly what the fuck I said. Where did you go to set up your LLC?
He went through
From the
Nigeria
state.
International.
From the
Huh?
state. From the state I live
Where?
in. From the
No.
state I
How
live
did you?
in.
On what website did you set up your LLC?
From the state website.
The
The
What's it
state
Nigerian
called?
website.
International.
What's it
I'm
called?
sorry.
That's none of you. I said from the state I live in.
Sir?
You
What is
see,
the website
listen,
called?
listen,
What is the
listen,
state's
listen,
website called?
listen, listen.
What government agency?
Oh gosh,
You got 5 seconds.
you are
Four,
ignorant.
3, 2, 1. Now I have several businesses, and if he really had a business, he would
Oh,
know
he
that.
left. Look, he ran.
he would know that he sets up. You set up your business on a Secretary of State. Don't matter what state you're in. It's
Yo,
called the Secretary of State. You line tether.
Professor, you cut him up, bro. He went through the Nigerian Institution of LOCs. That's what he.
Oh, line tether.
I let him speak because it seems like, well, he's come on my live a lot, so I can't say he's only came when you were here. But when he was on this panel, he spoke earlier, and then he was so quiet. As soon as you finished speaking, he immediately was like, "Oh, no, no, no." And I'm like, "Well, what the hell is this?" And I remember the last time you guys were both on the panel before together, he had such a gripe with you. So I'm like, "Okay, let's see where this is going to go." And it was also hilarious. You know, I like an element of entertainment.
No, that was fun.
No, it's because these people can't fathom the fact, right? That we are professors, we are doctors, we are lawyers, we are intellectuals. They can't fathom that, and I think that was clear in his behavior. The guy was literally flat. He was flawed. You're you literally blew his mind being a Black American indigenous professor. You literally blew his mind.
He knows Professor Alon is a certified professor, and I'm sure he knows exactly what he's a professor, like what courses he teach. He probably know more than we would even think.
Right.
Yeah.
But these people, they don't see us like that.
No, yeah, you're right. You're right. And I'll talk about that in a minute. I'm barbecuing, but yeah, it's the narrative. They have a white supremacy narrative in their head, and they're massively, have a massive inferiority complex. I was talking about that with one of my colleagues. They have such low ethnic self-esteem. They know that nobody gives a fuck about, excuse me, I love TikTok Shop. Nobody cares about them. Nobody cares, not even Africans. Dr. Claude Anderson says, and I'm paraphrasing Claude, but the reason why Africa's messed up is they have intergroup animosity. They basically fight each other. I used to live there, and they fight each other. And y'all, I don't know where he's from, but in Ghana and Nigeria, I lived in Ghana. In Ghana, I want y'all to hear this out. Their culture in Accra, which is the wealthiest city in Ghana, which ain't saying much because they have raw sewage running through the street. They don't have closed sewers in their rich neighborhood right across the street from the U.S. Embassy. Look up Osu, ladies and gentlemen. In the richest city of Accra, I went there with some heavy hitters, some professors. 5 of us were professors. 2 were professors of medicine. They were physicians. I am currently a professor of Black history. So I told his stupid ass what I do. And I teach political science as well. I used to teach education. I used to be a professor of educational assessment, like statistics. And so multiple things. And at one point, I was a professor of computer science, but that was years ago. But point of me bringing this up is when I lived in Ghana, I saw something I didn't like. When I was at the house with dignitaries, we did meet a queen mother, a queen, and politicians, members of their parliament. We were in the house with them. They had a top-down hierarchy there. What do I mean by that? I meant that they threw a real big party for us because they wanted our money and our endorsements and stuff. It was around the year of return rather. And in the house that we stayed in, they had servants, and the servants were like people from the village, like people, you know what I'm saying? They were cleaning up, and they had servants to come do a little dance for us. They had a servant that was a chef, and I saw them snapping their fingers at these folks. So it's cool in their culture to kind of look down upon people. They have that European, it was explained to me they learned that from the British. They like, they need to feel above somebody. You know how low self-esteem people need to feel better than somebody? So when we come in here, and I don't brag, when have I ever bragged on y'all for being a professor? To be honest with you, I would rather go into business. Like, it's a cool job. I've done some real fly stuff, but I'm looking to just go into business full time. I'm not bragging. I'm not throwing professor around. Yeah, I got 6 letters behind my name, and none of y'all ever heard them, and you never will, because that don't define me. But it defines them. We have a professor on faculty at the institution that I'm at now, who is a new PhD, and she's from Nigeria, and she's always driving like G wagons, and and somebody brought up, man, why this girl be like doing? Why she always go over the top to um, try to be flashy and stuff? And I wear Prada, like I'm naturally flashy. I've been wearing Prada shoes since I was a little boy. I get a new pair every couple months. But this girl goes over the top with the stuff she does, and that came up amongst the FBAs on faculty, and it was explained to me that Africans have such low self-esteem that they just go overboard with stuff to try to justify their existence. So with that being said, I threatened his existence maybe because he wanted to be a professor. Maybe the brother in here was correct when he said that in his mind he don't see Black American men as that. Like, no, 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 it's challenging the narrative. No, 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 White T told me that you were all gangbangers and D-rug dealers. No, you can't be a professor. You know what I'm saying? But I'm glad he did that because it showed massive insecurity. And unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, this is a cultural thing. He's not isolated, that I deal with a lot of professors. The professors I dealt with, I call myself Alon to folk. People call me Dr. Alon and Dr. my last name all the time. And I don't even say nothing back because I'm Alon. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel the need to throw around degrees and certificates and admissions to the Supreme Court. I don't throw that shit around, but they do. We had I taught at a historical Black college in Tennessee a couple years ago, and we had professors, two of them, that would come and introduce themselves as, I'm gonna make up a name, I'm Dr. Yarambu, PhD. I got my PhD. They're all talking about their PhD, my PhD, my PhD. And we're like, man, what the fuck you keep talking like that? Comes out, they didn't even have a PhD. They had went to a diploma mill to print out a PhD. So these people are massively insecure. Sisters, they are insecure with y'all because y'all, they're not as pretty as y'all. I was looking for a picture to show you of African women. Last thing I'm gonna say is everywhere I go, and I used to travel a whole lot. I haven't really traveled in the last year, but I lady watch. Women are beautiful, and y'all beautiful in different ways. Now, FBA women, y'all are the most beautiful because you're the whole package. You're the face, the body, the attitude, the confidence, the clothes, the style, the swag, the cooking. Y'all are everything. But in certain places, women are beautiful for different reasons. Like Costa Rica, I love Costa Rica. Those girls down there are beautiful in a way I can't explain. But when I first went to West Africa, I was expecting to see a rare beauty. I wanted to, oh man, I wonder what these girls are looking like. And I went there, man, Ghana, Nigeria, Togo, and I didn't see one. I didn't even see a five, really. I saw 1 5. I didn't see a 6, a 7, 8, or 10. And I just started to ask. I was like, man, why the girls here don't look good? And it was explained to me that their men disrespect them so hard. The men are so trifling in West Africa that they make the women do all the hard work. They have to have the babies. They have to work a job while the men either run away to another country like that tether that ran away, or sit back, drink beer, and laugh at the TV. Like they dog they women the hell out, and it shows all over their body and their face. And that's not funny. It's unfortunate, but that's his culture. His culture is filthy, and we need to delineate from this culture because what I'm learning is it's delineation. It is their filth and their culture, which has been holding us down for the last 50 fucking years. Last thing I'm gonna say, I promise. I was on a space last night with DJ Big A. I couldn't sleep. And this lady came in, an Angola lady, and she came into hey, I'm Black American. The prompt was like, are Africans black? And she was like, yes, I'm Black American because of our heritage. And they shut her down right quick and like, where you from? Angola. And she said, somebody asked her, well, what's Angola culture? And she said, oh, well, our culture is we eat a lot of fish and we have a patriarchal structure where men, and she said it real ugly, like the men just do whatever they want to do to us. And she said something ugly about men. And somebody brought up in that space that, yeah, where are you living now, United States? She brought that man-hating culture with her. And she's working with a lot of our sisters, telling them that men ain't shit because men ain't shit. They trifling cowards, just like that dude that left the space. They're jealous. They out of shape. And they just bring their filthy culture to us. And that filthy culture has infiltrated American society. Look up Shirley Chisholm. When I was a little boy, I'm an 80s baby, I'm a millennial. They were and I went to school in the ghetto in the 90s. And in the ghettos of Birmingham and Memphis, in the elementary schools, there's pictures of Shirley Chisholm everywhere. She was the first black congresswoman or something. And Shirley Chisholm slipped in feminism to the black community, which should I talk more about that? That destroyed us damn near, destroyed the family structure. Well, it turns out Shirley Chisholm is a damn Caribbean who HATEs men because the way their men treat them in the Caribbean. We need to delineate from these damn folk and not let them in our circles.
Okay, let's get to one Blake. Can I have your ethnicity? And I'm gonna give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt. And then after that, we're gonna get to main character.
Yeah, it's just me, FBA Blake. I just had a quick question for the professor actually. With all this stuff that's going on over in Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, and pretty much the Sahel states and their alliance that they have going on, is it not because I'm foundation Black American, but I find myself having a little bit of pride and a little bit of more just wanting to say, hey, those are actual leaders over there in Africa who are kicking out the French, taking back their resources, and they are actually giving their youth proper training skills. They're building their roads. The only thing I don't like is they're sending their people over to Russia, where they're being sent to the Ukraine war. But is what they're putting out there really true, that they're really keeping up, that they're really going this far, or is it just this pretty much blander that they're putting out there?
Well, you kind of answered your own question. Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Touré is getting help from the Russians. Did we get help during the civil rights movement? No. So basically what Ibrahim Touré is doing is allowing Russians to tether onto their, maybe tether is the wrong word, to colonize Burkina Faso, just like the Ghanaians are allowing the Chinese to come in and build.
Oh, you breaking up. Oh, man. Wait, we can't hear you.
Breaking up.
I don't know what's going on. Yeah, the reception.
Walk outside. Like, let me walk outside.
Jeez.
Yeah, the internet does not like my house. Can y'all hear me better now?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, it don't like it. That's why I'm always outside. But the Africans are letting, just like Burkina Faso is letting the Russians come in. How do I explain this? They're getting loans from the Russian government, but the Russian government is really taking over they're being colonized, which is what these groups do. The Ghanaians are letting, when I was in Ghana, the Chinese are building their factories, they're building their mines, they're building their infrastructure, and the Chinese are giving them loans that they cannot pay back. That's why their ass was up in New York asking for money to pay these fucking Chinese back. Excuse my language. I love TikTok Shop. These Africans are reaching out to other groups to help them fight their battles because they're trifling and their men are cowards. So Ibrahim Touré, that was a good show, but why isn't he fighting the French on his own? Why does he need the Russians to help him? And my question to you, brother, is do you think the Russians are going to help him for free? You already answered it. No. The Russians are sending their little boys to fight a WAR that has nothing to do with them. So these people are just, they can't get it together. Same shit we're seeing. I love TikTok Shop. Same thing we're seeing in Jamaica with the Chinese. The Chinese have taken over their beaches, and the Chinese came in there real smooth, like, and said, hey, let me help you build these highways. Let me help you do this. By the way, you owe me money. We can't pay you. Well, this beach is mine now. So they're getting colonized by these folk. And but my issue with that is Black Americans got our freedom without asking Russia or China to help. We could have asked China to help us with civil rights, but we did it our damn self because we are real men and real women. We have nothing in common with these people, and they've damn near destroyed our Black Americans' social economic status with their tethering and with their trifling, filthy behavior. It sounds ugly for a scholar to say that, but it's true. Their family structures are just, it's terrible. Like the dudes run away from the girls. We got Nigerian men in Atlanta that I hang out with a lot of pretty girls in Atlanta. There's a lot of beautiful women in Atlanta, and I get along more with women in Atlanta. So a lot of my homies are really like 8s, 9s, and 10 black women that are attorneys and professors and got their own businesses and stuff. And we have drinks and shit. And they telling me how these Nigerian men will step to them and, you know what I'm saying, try to get in their pants and then try to, marry them. I want to marry you. And then they get in a serious relationship with these fools only to find out that they got a whole family in Nigeria that they ran away from. These dudes are absolute cowards and we have nothing in common with them.
And the reason that we have such a reason why Black Americans get the blame for everything going on around the world internationally is, like, for instance, the Chinese, how they have their signs in China and Japan, how they have Black people dancing, no dancing in the trains, or no dancing in the streets, or no dancing in Canada and in France and Italy. The battle rep that we're getting internationally isn't from us. It's because of them people in Africa, and they're just tethering us on to them along with the hate or the disagreements. My apologies. The disagreements that they have with them, we're catching the flack for it internationally here at home for what they're doing, if that makes
Right.
sense.
It does. It
Okay.
does make.
Oh, go, Professor Alam. We got 2 new people on the panel.
Okay.
So let me get this to them and then I'll open it back up. Can we have main character and why? Can I have your ethnicity? And I'm going to give it 3 minutes to speak on the prompt. Hello.
Hello, hi. I am Black American.
Do you have an immigrant background?
Absolutely not.
Okay, go ahead.
Black Americans to me definitely center our pride on our culture, our resilience, our wealth that we built here in the US. Africa is nothing to be proud of, right? Yeah. FBAs are foundational Black American, not fundamental also, right? Do you agree with that, or is it
Yes. I don't know if he was trying to be funny or just
No, it says fundamental on the prompt.
Oh, this is a screenshot directly from an African man's page. I didn't write that.
Oh, he's ugly. No, we're not traitors at all. We are delineating. First of all, I believe they will cosplay and they probably want to get our reparations too, because you can't trust them. They will scam and steal. They are thieves. I'm just going by what, allegedly what I've, but yeah, there's nothing to be proud of as far as Africa. They don't have a CPS system. They don't take care of their children. They've never done the right thing by their people, which is also why they're not there. They want to be here. They want to be in proximity to Black Americans. They're literally siphoning and stealing our energy. They trying to destiny swap. I don't want them around me. I don't want them near me. I had an ugly African, she was rude to me, and I set the standard. I've been doing this work longer than you've been in the US. Let me go get the supervisor. I'm not going to address a peasant. They are jealous of Black women. They are jealous of Black men. They may talk about the men and say, oh, they're all incarcerated, this and that. But yet they're here cosplaying, stealing our culture, wearing our brands, looking like us. I mean, look at the slop they eat, the food, the meals they prepare. Nothing is good there. I would never go to Africa. That's the last place on earth. I don't know which one I would go to last, Africa or Haiti, because I don't like either one of those places. I don't think God cares about those places either, because look how it is. Yeah, she was rude to me. She tried to tell me what to do and give me harder work to do. Very entitled. At least the older immigrants actually worked for their stuff back then. Back when we had Ellis Island to facilitate these savages. Yeah, girl, the food is nasty. They don't wash their hands. They eat with their hands, not a spoon in sight. I would never. They're disgusting. There's nothing to be proud of. It's only offensive. That's why they're no longer even proud of where they're from anymore. They're coming here and literally forgetting about home and wanting to start over. They don't want to go back home. That's a nightmare. To be deported,
They're ashamed of themselves.
I wouldn't want to be deported to a place like that. I would have left too. Because think about it. If you have a home, why would you leave home to go somewhere else unless it's better? I'm not leaving home.
Yo, did y'all see that
Ralph,
video
shut
with
your
Spectre
Hold on,
mustache
David?
up,
King.
Ralph.
Wait,
My
King. It's
bad.
Texas
Yeah,
turn.
it's not your turn to talk. Big back,
Texas
patty
wait.
whack.
Who girl? Oh my
Sorry,
god.
I'm talking to him, sissy pop.
Texas.
Oh man, shut up. Damn, my bad.
Texas. Can I have your ethnicity? And I'm gonna go ahead and give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
He looked like Stevie J down there. I can't see that well, but
Go ahead.
Who you talking about? Me? You talking to me?
Texas. Yeah, you the only one with a profile. Oh, what's your ethnicity? And let me give you 3 minutes to speak on the
I'm from
prompt.
Texas, so you know what I am. But
Okay.
anyway,
Go ahead.
yeah, 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 they just ashamed of where they from. You know what I'm saying? They ain't nothing but some old beggars and come over here bumming and you know what I'm saying? And Ralph, he in the chat, he don't know what he talking about. He full of that bush meat. But yeah, like I said, they just ashamed of where they come from and you know what I'm saying? They strays, peasants, they broken. Ain't nothing going on over there in Africa. You know what I'm saying? They talk about Burkina Faso, man. That dude, they as you can see, they cannot stay away from white tea people. You know, they can't stay away from them people. They gotta have them in the mix. They got to make deals with them. That's why I say they're the same people. I say they're the same people. They got to make deals with them. They need them to help them to do shit. We got everything out the mud from the beginning. And that's why everybody running over here. They're running over here, begging. Ain't gonna never go back. Ever. You know what I'm saying? They talk about, we gonna go back. Nah, you ain't gonna go back. You done forgot about your homeland. You done forgot your name. You forgot what you stand for. You a robot. You being used. You using your damn self, fleeing, running. Soon as they get old enough to get a passport, they gonna get they backpack, they flip flops, a pack of bush meat, and they gone.
what's bush meat?
Monkeys, squirrel, anything they can find that run around the ground, they gonna put it in there and they gonna fry it.
So
Lord.
do they know who their real parents are back in Africa, do you think? Because they got more
They got
orphans.
January 1st. They all got January 1st birthdays. They have no documentation because they always damn moving around.
Is that
They
why
can't
it's the
sit still.
motherland? Because they don't know who their real mom is? Because she's
They ain't
probably
got no.
hungry?
That's not no
Real
motherland.
dad.
That's the brotherland because they go inside each other and do pervertive ass shit every day.
Ooh.
Yeah, they know what they be doing late at night. That ain't no motherland. That's the brotherland. If you know what I mean. Yo, that's the brotherland. Ain't no mother. Ain't nothing nurturing out there. They don't even nurture their children. They sell their children for crumbs. Can you imagine selling your children?
Well, they was hungry when they made them. But can you find a better word for bushmeat, please?
Monkey knuckles, hyena tacos, giraffe burritos, and
Mercy.
lion oxtails.
Monkey McNuggets.
Yeah.
Lord. Okay, let me. That's my. All right, we about to have another person up here. Indian style. Can I have your ethnicity? And I'm gonna go ahead and give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
She's FBA. I know her.
Indian style. I sent you an invite to unmute yourself.
I was waiting for someone to talk and he kind of told him on the boogie. I got delayed too.
What? Wait, I can't hear you. Hello?
I have a delay in the
Are you a
connection. That's
woman
all.
or are you a
No,
man?
that's a picture of my great auntie.
Oh, because the girl
Yeah.
above, she said, "Oh, I know her." Oh,
Yeah, it
okay.
was a
Well,
girl
that
talking last time on the last one. I was just in a group like this, and it sound like a lady. Now it sounds like a man.
I don't know.
that's my great auntie, my grandfather's sister, and I just portray and put her on the forefront because that image and likeness.
Well, you don't
This is the
look
case.
African, so
All
go
right,
ahead.
boo.
That
It's let's
indeed.
let him get
Yeah.
to it.
So yeah.
So you Black American without an immigrant background.
Correct.
Okay, let me go ahead and give you 3 minutes. Go ahead.
So I don't even think I need that much time, but appreciate it. In the time of all these court cases, I just look at it on the concept like this. We got a case that we are gathering evidence to prove and present to like kind of like a grand jury kind of perspective and understanding of everybody kind of sees and understands and accept what that is. Us in particular, we've got certain evidence that's been what the words I use suppressed, quashed, and things of that nature. So, like, I'll keep it simple. We can pull that up and reference those exhibits of information in this case of who we are, right? And it's just certain things that we can bring up and we can use in cards via information and records that other play people don't have in this hand of spades to even, you know what I'm saying, count their books. So I just keep it simple. I don't get in arguments and emotional banters back and forth. This is a case, right? In real time where you need evidence and you need credibility and standing, right? Based on the procedure. And in this particular one, we've got a certain good deck of hands, trump tight, no pun, as far as what we present as facts for our case. And so if we're not going to be what they say, justice is blind with what we're presenting, then we really can't go forward in righteousness and truth about who we are that challenges the global narrative of the last 250 years, according to what the United States government, foreign, is admitting to trying to celebrate. That's all. That's a simple claim. I relinquish the floor.
Okay.
Hey, yo, Ralph.
Yo,
Fuck
Spread
man,
that.
love
listen,
is the
I'm
Brooklyn
gonna
way.
drop. I gotta drop. So I'll catch you on the next one. All right.
Okay. Safe travel.
All right. Appreciate you.
All right. We're gonna do. Oh no, we got KD. KD, hello, KD.
Love Jones, how you doing, Queen?
What's up? I'm good. How are you?
Shit, I'm black and highly favored. I can't complain. Peace to the panel. Y'all doing all right? How y'all feeling?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. I guess addressing the prompt. Why are Black Americans proud of America and not Africa? Our FBA's traitors to their ancestry by claiming America. I love this one. Um, Black Americans are proud of America because we built America. We made or have made America what it is. Because, the honkies, they had original particular idea for it to be a utopia for Anglo-Saxon devils. You know what I'm saying? Where, they get to enjoy all the stuff that the Declaration of Independence talks about when it says life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and all of those pretty words. But Black Americans, our ancestors made it even better and took it a step further by extending it to people no matter what walk of life you come from. That's the reason why I say, and I'm in harmony with our ancestors like Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, David Walker, whom I happen to share a first and last name with, Samuel Cornish, Henry Highland Garnett, when basically all of them were saying that we are American. You know what I'm saying? We are more American than anybody else you could name, even more than white folks. You know what I'm saying? Because we are the people who fought in every single WAR unhypocritically. And when I say unhypocritically, referring back to the principles that are reflected in the Declaration of Independence, you know what I'm saying? Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And the pursuit of happiness, that's another way of saying self-determination. You know what I'm saying? So when I say we fought in every WAR unhypocritically, while white tees be talking about like, yeah, we fought in this war, we defended this nation, et cetera, like, yeah, you fought in this war defending all of these pretty sounding principles, but you were being a hypocrite, because when you say all men are created equal, you know what I'm saying? Like you was excluding the black men. You know what I'm saying? We were the ones who literally meant that all men, black, white, and wherever hell else you come from. You know what I'm saying? So there's that piece, fighting in every single war unhypocritically, and then building the country. You know what I'm saying? So we are more American than anybody else. I don't care how you cut it. You know what I'm saying? Nobody is more American than foundational black Americans are. And our FBA's traitors our FBA's traitors to their ancestry by claiming America? Absolutely not. Cause how I'm gonna be a traitor to a lineage that sold me? How I'm gonna be a traitor to a continent and a culture? You. So you want? So you want to? So you want to say we one big Negro after selling me, and then uh, stuff goes wrong later on down the line that you want to talk this African unity, whatnot. No, as it pertains to FBA lineage that did come from the African continent, that shit don't apply to us. You cut that bloodline off. Everybody always want to lay blame on the white tea supremacists and the slave traders for the transatlantic slave trade, as though they was the only ones involved in it. Like 100% of their captors came from beating people over the head, knocking us unconscious and dragging us on the ship. No, there was people that was complicit, Ghana being one of them. You know what I'm saying? And Ghana is like probably the lead hypocrite in doing this, year of return and laying wreaths on our ancestors' graves and all this crazy shit. Nah, man, F you, to hell with you. If I ever was a part of you, no, I'm not a part of you no more. You sold me. You sold me as it pertains to that part of our lineage that did come from Africa. You sold me. I ain't got no love for you. I don't belong to you no more. The minute you sell something to somebody, that thing that you sold don't belong to you no more. So, no, we are not traitors. We are the most loyal, as a matter of fact. And with that, I'll land.
Hey guys, okay, so the panel is open. If anybody wants to chime in, you can. Hello, is anybody home?
Oh yeah.
Go ahead, FBA.
But yeah, man, what's up, KD, man? You speaking all facts. I agree with everything you said. So, keep on rocking out, brother. People need to hear that. These people who they say came from Africa, that bloodline was cut off the moment they got sold.
It's a wrap.
Yep. You can't have
And,
kinship with people who sold you. Slave
and,
traders.
and the most profound thing that I've witnessed on this app, as far as to credibility and things like that, shout out to you, Professor Allen, because I was on that last space that you was on the other day, where the profound breakdown that you threw out there just to consider, given all things, that's been put out. But you said that instead of saying narrative, use the spell. As far as you circle that back and spent the block on the power of the words that then are used to come together to, initiate that use of certain, like you broke down. How you broke down, Professor Allen. And then at the same time you had the testicular fortitude to admit that even in your grand learning and acquisition of information at a professional and scholastic level, to admit the fallacies within what you've accepted and got credentials and real credits and real degrees in these specific, areas. So, and at the same to go through that and what that calls the investment and all that, what they say the sweat equity of to profess to get their accreditation and approval of what comes to on yourself, realization that it's some lies in that. That's a major key that a lot of these folks they don't possess that to admit that.
Yeah,
It's
that's
like that
why.
goes back.
That's why I
Go
don't
ahead.
brag on. That's why I don't brag on being a professor, because I think it's all bullshit. You know? Yeah. I get in trouble because I don't teach bull sugar honey iced tea. But it's all the education system is just it's all a big lie.
Right, but you've been through that fire.
Yeah.
In the phoenix that you are, which you came on instead of sticking to the script based on your investment, how people are wired to think, you can still, you know what I'm saying, be contrary to that with integrity intact.
Thank you.
Yep. And if I may, I just want to tap back in because I see some people who are kind of hard of hearing in the comments. When I said you sold me, I was speaking on that part of our lineage that did come from the African continent. I didn't say we was all there. I said that part of our lineage. All right, because that is a piece of it. The transatlantic slave trade did happen, but that doesn't mean that all of us came from Africa. So, since we're talking in the African context, with Africans trying to claim us, that's what I was addressing. All right, because I see some people saying, "Well, my ancestors wasn't there. How can we be sold if we was never there?" No, I'm talking for that part that was there. That part. Let me repeat it 3 times, like Dr. Umar, so you can't say you didn't understand. That part, that part, that part, that little part that did come from there. You know what I'm saying? I know what's up. I know a lot of our ancestors was already over here, but we got to address everybody. Anybody that's trying to infringe on our lineage and on our culture and on our heritage, we got to check it from all corners. And with that, I'll land.
Yeah, that's a big audacity, and they know that they were complicit in the slave trade because my pictures are acting up. But I show y'all a picture of Elmina Castle, which they charge me to get into. Why are you charging somebody that you said you sold to come into a visit and visit a building that you said you sold me from? And they tried to charge me twice because I had a big camera with the college I was with, and they tried to charge me like a press. They said I was a member of the press. These people are into finesse, man, and what we've destroyed their game really, because the African finesse game has been all about illusion, and like the gentleman said before, KD, spells. Spells are words that create a reality. Perception is reality. What you believe is reality. That's the best way I know how to say it. And they've created this illusion, this spell of success. Man, I know this girl in Atlanta finer than a MF. She, if I had to rate her, I'd say she like a 9.2 black American girl. She's an accountant, and we have drinks every once in a while, just kick it. And she was telling me she was Nigerian, pulled up to her in a Bentley, Nigerian man, and he seemed cool, so she went on a couple of dates with him, and she found out that, like I said earlier, he had 5 kids back in Nigeria and moved here, left his family to start a new life in America. And so she stopped messing with him and did some research. Down the street from me in Buckhead is a place, and some of y'all have seen it on North Peachtree, where you can rent a Ferrari, a Lamborghini, or like an exotic, a McLaren or Bentley, a G-Wagon, whatnot. And dude had rented the Bentley. So that's an illusion that we kind of bought into, like, oh, wow, you're successful. You're a prince of Zamunda. Oh, okay. But now we know now that we see through that scam of, oh, you probably scamming, they have no power. None. All smoke.
I ain't got no love for them, bro. I ain't even going front. I mean, I treat everybody on a case by case basis. You know what I'm saying? That's the humanity in me. On an individual basis, you show love for me, I show love for you. You show me respect, I'm gonna show you respect. But in a collective regard, I'm gonna always have a certain eyebrow raised at you because it's like, man, nah, because and that could be my nature as a Virgo. I don't forget. I don't forget. You do me wrong, I'm not gonna forget that shit. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna make you pay one way or another.
Yep. What concerns you?
He's not lying. My wife's a Virgo. Y'all can be petty. I ain't gonna lie with you.
Man.
Man, oh, go ahead, Professor Allen. My bad.
No, you good. What up, Prime? What up, Katie? What
What's
concerns?
up?
what concerns me about these people is how they all up in our medical field. Like, if it's one field I don't want you in as a scammer, it's a doctor or a nurse. One almost unalived my daddy um, fall. What year is it? I'm losing track of years. Fall '05. A Nigerian doctor. Like, man, we need to take medicine back. Love Jones. We really just what we've learned across these spaces is we need our own lane. We need to go back somehow to that segregation thing. And I'm not saying we should segregate legally. I'm just saying we need to have our own lane full of verified Black American freedmen. I don't care what the term is. I like FBA. That's the term I like. But I don't care what the term is. Whatever the term that identifies us, foundational Black American freedmen, Black American, whatever, we need to get back into around our own people.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
I do. It's time. And honestly, I feel like this is the start of it. It's happening because this is too far gone. I don't even know how we could fully rectify this, especially encountering them on these panels and talking to them. Is willful ignorance. They're hell bent on misunderstanding us. They keep trying to tell us who we are. It's like, why do these people think that they know more of our history and our genealogy than we do? It's disrespectful. They have there's no respect there. And they're in denial. You know what I mean? Like, how could you try to mend anything with people that won't even admit their faults? I don't know. And on an individual level, I do not think that they're all the same way. Like, I would never get up here and say that. But collectively, it's too many that already, that's in competition. They get up here and they make these claims about us. They say a lot of crazy shit. Even before I started speaking, there was an Ethiopian troll in here calling me a slave in their language. And I'm like, this is the type of things that's happening. And when we call it out, they say we're xenophobic. How do you move past that? It's been so much blatant disrespect.
Yeah, if I may, I wanna submit this, and I'm not the first person to say it, and this ain't the first time that I said it, but I understand many of us have platforms that are necessary to talk to our enemies and to our opposition, just to keep record of how these people think of us or what regard they hold us in. But Foundation of Black Americans, so long descendant of Freedman family, the time has come now where we don't need to have any conversation with these people. There's no, whether you're talking about the tethers, the Democrat shills, or the haters in general, there's no reason to talk to these people, because Foundational Black American and delineation is so simple to understand that a kindergartner can get it. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the things that I pride myself on personally, is making it so simple that a kindergartner can understand it. Because from the get-go, it's not difficult to understand. At this point in 2026, which we are halfway through, anybody who acts like they are confused because they want to be confused.
That part.
And all they want is to waste your time and waste your energy and waste your mental power in going back and forth with them, so you can't plan for anything substantial because you already burnt out. Mental fatigue is a real thing. I had to change careers from doing administrative work to physical labor, because by the time I got off work from my old job, I was all zapped out from lending my mental energy to my profession. And by the time I got off, I didn't have time to push what I really wanted to push. But now I'm in a physical labor position, and now when I get off, I'm a little physically tired, but I'm mentally wide awake. So that goes to show the power of the mind and the MO that these people have. They want to waste our time on TikTok. They want to troll us. They want to hold spaces that say FBA with prompts that say ridiculous things about FBA as bait, so they can have us in there going back and forth with them for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours. Right? Now is the time for us to be a little bit more quiet. I'm not saying don't defend the narrative, because these TikTok spaces and whatnot are necessary to hold the gate as far as the narrative, right? When people try to spread lies about us. But as far as taking the bait and going in their spaces, or even inviting them up on our very own platforms, so we can go back and forth with them. All they are trying to do is just suck us of our energy, so we can't put that energy towards to manifesting the tangibles that we demand. Like, um, yeah, I'm gonna leave that there, because that rabbit hole is pretty deep.
I'm gonna be right back, y'all. Gotta handle something right quick.
Black Lion says, instead of running your mouth here on TikTok, run for office, please.
Fact.
Black Lion, shut the fuck up. You run your mouth more than anybody I know. You've been coming into my live. I've been doing lives consistently for what, 6 months? And you're here all the time. Like, you would be devastated if I stopped doing lives. You would be devastated, heartbroken, distraught, sad. So stop it. Please. Because I love you. What about the lady that's in your background? She doesn't find it disrespectful for you to be up here saying these things. She
Oh,
don't think
Jones.
it's disrespectful.
But you know what, Love Jones? Based on the way that you are addressing him, I presume he's an op. So I apologize for saying facts after you read his comment, if he's an op of yours. But a broken clock is right twice a day. With the sentiment that says, instead of running our mouths on TikTok, run for office. That's low key the kind of time I'm on. I'm not gonna front. You know what I mean? That is the exact time I'm on. I went up to Columbus for the Ohio Black Expo. I seen Brother Phil Scott up there, Demetra K was up there, Vicky Dilla was up there. Shout out to Brother Afro Elite. I got to see him in person and embrace him. You know what I'm saying? Like the energy is out here. When they say that FBA is only on the internet, like, nah, we only on the internet. We not outside. No, we get outside when it got something to do with us.
Exactly.
You're not about to get us outside for something that got to do with some so-called minority coalition, which we at the bottom of. You know what I'm saying? But like, now is the time to strike for that political power. One thing that Barack Obama and Donald Trump showed us is that anything is possible. You know what I'm saying? Barack Obama showed you that you can be black presenting, underline hyphen bold presenting. You can be black presenting and get up in there. And then on the polar opposite side, Donald Trump showed you can say and do whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? Donald Trump talking about grab him by the coochie. You know what I'm saying? And he got up in office, 34 felonies, and being held responsible for the sexual assault to somebody, and he got in office. Well, shit, what the fuck foundational black Americans got, pardon my American English, what the F foundational black Americans got to lose by saying, like, look, this is a lineage specific policy that we running on. You know what I'm saying? I'm about putting black America first. Now, because I'm running for public office, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna make sure everybody's taken care of. But at the very top of the list, as priorities, first things first, is 1, Black America, 2, Black America, 3, Black America, and 4, Black America. Then healthcare and all that other good shit. With that, I land.
I agree that we do need to, but I don't, it's just very difficult for people like us, because the people that are majority in these spaces are not going to go for that Black America first shit. We got a sneak attack. We wouldn't be able to run on the premise or under the guise of us putting on for ourselves first. That's why you can't talk about certain shit on the internet. But I also feel like we have to find a way to detach ourselves from this system and this matrix while still thriving in it. You know how they say, I'm in the world, not of it. I think that we need to take on those type of sentiments, because when you climb that ladder, if you're allowed to, you have sponsors. There's so many people that you need to answer to a degree. And us running our mouths on TikTok is a catalyst for us to run for office or to even think of taking things to the next level, which a lot of us have already started the process of. Just even having these conversations, it absolutely puts you in a different vibrational field that we were not collectively in together for decades. Like if we were not running our mouths or talking amongst each other, we wouldn't even be at this point. So I'm grateful to be in this space. I love hosting my panels, even talking to immigrants. A lot of us didn't know that they felt these ways about us. And although we're familiar with this and we do it and it may seem redundant to us, there was like 200 people up in here. You don't know who's listening with a fresh set of ears and a fresh set of eyes. So I want to encourage us to continue to use our platforms to speak. We're all individual, so absolutely do things in the way that you would do it. I'll do things in the way that I choose to do it. And collectively, we are waking up en masse, and this is extremely rare. And the only reason this is happening once again is because of these panels, and because the president has been a catalyst to say, oh, what the fuck? Like, where it's just a new day, and we're in a time of revelation, the veil being thin. And I'm very grateful to be a part of these conversations. Okay, Professor Alon, you're back, but let's let this new person speak. Yak Films. Can I have your ethnicity? I'm gonna give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt. Hello? Let me.
Oh yeah, I was waiting for the timer. My bad.
No, I asked for what your ethnicity is first before
Yeah,
I start
both
the
my
timer.
parents Black American, eligible for reparations.
Okay, let me start you. All right, go for it.
Hey, I was gonna say I agree with what you was just saying. I think it's chess, not checkers. I'll give two examples. In the state of Minnesota, there's a bill called the Minnesota Migration Act, which if you're a Democrat, you're probably just gonna support it without even reading the context, the subtext anyway. The bill is completely about reparations for BOK Americans, and it uses the term migration, normally used by the Dems for migrants, to signify the Great Migration as a forced migration harm against us, that led towards us being in Minnesota. So that's playing chess, not checkers. Democrats are supporting that bill without even reading past the first line. In Washington, D.C., it's the flip side. There are Republicans who were quoted in articles as voting for a reparations bill, not realizing that it was reparations because it was obscurely titled as the Insurance Database Amendment Act. But the database they're talking about is creating a database of companies that had a hand in enslavement that still exists today using the National Archive. So Washington, D.C. is playing chess, not checkers. They got a bill passed and had Republicans vote for it because it had obscure terminology for the title. So yeah, this is cash game. So my last point is this. The Japanese who were interned and paid reparations under a Republican president in the 1980s, they held a commission to hold private corporations accountable for their harms. And it was once the number got so big that these private corporations, who I would argue truly are the ones that control this country, got so afraid of how they would be held accountable, they asked for the government to bail them out on their behalf. So I think that's a divide and conquer strategy that we need to implement. Instead of just holding the government accountable, we need to hold these private industries accountable. Because once that number gets big, like Washington, D.C. is about to do for us, the oligarchs will ask for the government to step in because they don't have self-accountability. So I can't wait until that happens. And it's happening in our lifetime. So
Thanks for your input. Itwani, are you there? I don't know where she went.
I'm here.
Did you want to say anything?
It's my turn? No, I said something already.
Oh, I was just asking.
Oh.
Open. Okay. So I'm not going to let anyone else up at the time because we're going to get out of here soon. We're going to do a quick open panel, and then after we'll do final thoughts. Everyone in here, double tap the screen. Let's get this live stream to 100K or as close as we can get. Also support the gift goal that is up at the top, and make sure you send your heart me's. And if you're not already following me, follow me and follow anybody else on the panel if you've enjoyed their input to tonight's conversation. Professor Alon, I think you came off your mic. Did you want to say something?
I was. Hold on. I'm
You still
saying.
groovy?
Yeah. One
Okay.
moment. But go ahead. Talk for a second.
All right. Well, whoever else wants to add anything, go for it.
Cornel West was running for president with 450,000 per person on his platform. I almost got goosebumps voting for him because it was the first time I was ever voting for my own, you know what I'm saying, wallet. But what were your thoughts on Cornel West? Was it just a throwaway, or like, is it better to vote for reparations?
I'm honestly not familiar with Cornel West, so I can't really talk about that too much. Let me Google.
Well, let's say 450,000 if that was his name instead. Would you vote for 450,000 or the two people that we had at the top?
What do you mean? 450,000 people?
No, dollars per person.
$450,000 per person. Is that what
Yes,
he's
ma'am.
gonna?
That's what Cornel West had on his platform.
That
So I
he
was
was
voting
gonna
for
give
that.
people $450,000 a person?
Black Americans, yeah. Reparations.
Do you really think he'd be able to do that?
I'm not trying to interrupt you, but Cornel West, I follow
Cornel
him since a
West.
child.
Okay.
And Cornel West is real tricky. I like Cornel; he's very brilliant. But Cornel West is into intersectionality. He talks about Black Americans, but he really means he wants to help immigrants, LGBTQ, and he's all about that, like helping everybody. Cornell has been married 5 times. Every last one of them's been YT. That if that means something to you guys. Cornell was a professor at Harvard, and Cornell tried to play the game. He learned the hard way, like a lot of Negroes do. Of I'm gonna play the game of I love everybody, but he speaks in the tone and the rhetoric of I'm Black American. I love Black Americans. But what happened to Cornell is Cornell was at Harvard for geez, like what 30 years, like a long time, maybe 20 years. And Cornell came up for tenure to get his tenure at Harvard, and they denied him. So they showed him that being a COON does not pay. So Cornell kind of got radical, like I'm all for the Black man after Harvard, like thumb their nose at him. He spoke out against Gaza with one of my favorite professors, Chris Hedges. He spoke out against Israel, and Harvard told him to shove it after he'd been there for. It was embarrassing. He was there for 20 years or something, like a long time, and they didn't tenure him well. They tenured many people that hadn't published any. There's a professor there before him that got tenure and never wrote a book, never published anything. So he learned the hard way. Now, somebody said Cornell was boule. I'm not sure if that's true. The word boule is kind of used out of context. Boule is it's an elite organization, a fraternity. And people sometimes confuse the Divine Nine. And trust me, I hate saying that Divine Nine, because it's not they're all different organizations. But I'm not sure if Cornell. I'll look into that. I don't think he's boule, but he's in a Divine Nine fraternity. But Cornell's tricky. Yeah.
I just Googled him, and it says philosopher and independent political figure Dr. Cornel West is a strong, longtime advocate for reparations for Black Americans. Core principles: he views reparations as a necessary form of truth and justice to repair the generational harm caused by centuries of stolen land and unpaid labor. So the proposed payout, I guess that's what you were talking about. It says he has historically suggested a minimum of $250,000 for each eligible Black person to ensure fair, equitable treatment. Okay, policy integration. While he actively champions reparation, he also stresses that it should be paired with the fundamental overhaul of systemic issues like poverty and institutional racism. You can simply
I'll
speak on the
just
topic.
respectively. Can I just like from the bottom of like from the study of my bloodline, our brother Cornell West, it's really convenient because who is he married to?
Someone said a Palestinian woman.
They
She
weren't
from
married.
Iran. That
Can
point was made
there?
though.
Can I
That
go
point was made.
forward? So when he just the credibility is like he has to be like a low key, real hidden Revlon agent.
That's exactly what I
Because
just said
you've been
earlier.
in the inner zones and the platforms and the funding and the what's the with the with the white with the one lady Democracy Now, like Cornel West. What are his blood, his lineage and bloodline? Where do you come from, sir?
He's Black American. He comes from California, but
I'd object. I want to know, well,
You
Mr.
object.
Cornel West, if it can be Googleable, his
He
grandparents
said
or
I
where his parents
object.
was from, and his
I
like,
think
because
they're
now
from.
you can
I think
refer
they're
to
from
Chat
Mississippi.
GPT for these questions.
Let me
And we're
see
not in court, sir. You don't have to object.
And Professor Alan, I definitely agree with you on the critiques. Specifically, he was arguing that the 450,000 figure would be regardless of lineage, any black
Yep.
resident, and I was like,
Man,
He's
I don't like that
tricky.
part.
He's so tricky. Because if you're
it's
not paying
ignorance,
attention,
bro.
you'll say, "Yeah, that's him. That's who we need." But it's the devil's in the details. And
And this is what I was saying early on. Like, in order for us to really ascend to certain heights, to really play in a big political arena, we have to, I don't want to say it, but you got to sell out to a degree, or at least appear to. They're not going to give you all of that power, notoriety, and access and resources if you're not also playing the game the way that they play it. You know what I mean? Like, so because I was talking to Katie earlier because he was like, yeah, we need to run it. And I'm like, I agree, but I also feel like we can't play the same game. Like it never benefited us. You know what I mean? So like, how do we need more grassroots initiatives? We need to do things amongst ourselves. We need to do group economics amongst ourselves. Like there's so many different things that we could do with just, I don't really like talking like this on TikTok.
My only gentle pushback with that is what do we got to lose by trying? I don't see us having us anything to lose by trying. Like just going for it, give it a test run, see how it go.
Oh, I don't
You
think we
know?
have anything to
No,
lose, but
no.
okay, so imagine this, right? On a different timeline. Professor Alan runs for, I don't know, governor, right? And we know him. We've seen him on these platforms. We've seen like everything that he talks about, what he stands for. And then he gets up there and he's like, oh, I'm going to wait, is it governor or mayor? Like who sanctions, like who kind of does the budgeting? Like what does the mayor do? Like does the mayor have anything to do
Mayors
with
for city, governors for
Mayor's
allocating
for
state,
the
funds?
city.
governors
The
for state.
mayor's for the city,
Okay,
and the
so
mayor, and deeper than that, the mayor by the word mayor represents indicates a woman should be operating that position.
okay, so either way, any type of political office, y'all get what I'm putting, y'all picking up what I'm putting down. And then we see him up there saying, well, we're going to do a fund for immigrants and refugees. Like, and we're like, what the fuck? But it's like people that are sponsoring him need him to push a certain agenda. Of course, on the back end, he may be able to get what we need in underlying in there, but we already know this system don't fuck with Black Americans like that.
That's
Well,
So
kind
I
of
how
now,
let,
would
let,
like
you
let me
really?
ask y'all.
respectively,
That's
can we
kind of
not,
all.
even if we gonna go with that
Wait,
scenario,
hold on, Indy. Hold
I
on.
wouldn't
Katie,
want to give
wait a minute.
Professor Alan.
Hold up. Go ahead, KD.
No, I was saying like that's kind of already the current layout. That's the impression that they try to give us now. You know what I'm saying? Well, okay, like for instance, they always say black and somebody. That's what they always do. That's the reason why. That's the reason why I'm about now. You know what I'm saying? If anybody from our lineage was to run, just go out and say exactly what it is we about because they loud enough. The Democrats hear us, the Republicans hear us. That's why they use our talking points. They know we coming. They know we coming. Just
But
shit,
see,
fire
I
us.
see it,
Just
but I
fire
see a
us. See how it
different.
go.
when I accept all that, when I step back and look at it in a different way of how these people in this situation like communicate amongst each other, right? With this fund that the president is trying to, you know what I'm saying, initiate and create, right? This fund
Yeah.
for the claim, hold on, the claim of the J6ers, right?
Hmm.
It's to serve as remedy. So I'm looking at when I step back and remove my feelings, I'm looking at the framework that he's attempting to make precedents, and at the same time, the threshold of proof, and you know what I'm saying, to make yourself qualified for what he's trying to establish. Now, in my little measly, you know what I'm saying, I understand that as now if I accept that for what it is, it's going to get challenges from his own people. But as far as the framework and the precedents that I can use, I've got a better case to what he's trying to just on fiat. See, I understand that. Fiat trying to establish this fund, right? For people that he's deeming and it's already on record because they've been in jail, got released, got pardoned. So now the question becomes: if I'm stepping back and looking at it pedigree wise and bloodline wise, I'm automatically qualifying for the framework that he's using to compensate or remedy or these people that was involved in what it's even getting deemed or however it's he's the president. I can use that framework being laid out, even though it might be legitimate or not. My case would be. So now that the precedence and the claim has been accepted, we've got a better case. According to what the president Donald Trump is
Well,
laying down as compensation and remedy for January 6th
back to
people
what
that was
y'all was
taken
talking
to
about
jail.
earlier.
Wait, hold on. Let Professor Alon chime in, and then Katie, you could go.
Yeah, back to what y'all talking about earlier. Love Jones, you're right. To ascend to certain positions, you're heavily vetted. I actually went to Harvard. Yep, I don't brag on that, but I didn't graduate there, but I went there. And in those types of environments, that's why I tell our kids not to really focus on the Ivy Leagues and stuff. They're not really created for us, but in those elite little environments, they vet you heavily to let you ascend. So Cornell is very brilliant, but they vetted him to see that he wouldn't go too far. You know what I'm saying? And he went just a little bit, just to tip the
But,
needle just over the
Professor
line.
Allen,
Hold on.
can
No,
we
no,
go ahead
no,
and
no, no, no.
and
You can't interject when people are talking. Go ahead.
no, I agree with Professor Allen. I've
No,
already
I
put that
know,
on the
but we
record.
let you speak uninterrupted, even though I didn't know what the hell you was talking about half the time. Go ahead.
Okay, but
He,
Professor
he,
Allen,
he tipped. Hold on, brother. Hold on one second. He tipped over the line when he spoke out against Israel. There were a lot of, and be careful with this, a lot of small hat interests at Harvard. This power thing's so interconnected. Lawrence Summers was the president when I was at Harvard, and Larry Summers, Dr. Summers, and he was the head of the, what do you call it? The place that control the government agency that controls all our money, the I forget the name, the
Congress.
federal, Federal Reserve or something. He was he was a head guy to decide what money does in America. Like that's how connected it was. But when you ascend through those like institutions into that elite shit, you get vetted. Barack Obama went to Harvard Law, and I was looking at him side eyed because Barack made the law review, that's like the highest honor at a law school is getting on the review. And I think Barack was the first. They said black. I know he's not black, but they said he was the first president of the law review at Harvard Law. And they watched his decisions when he was writing papers. That's how deep it is to make sure his decisions didn't favor black people too much. So you're heavily vetted. But a way around this, Dr. Claude Anderson gave us a blueprint. We're going to have to build the first floor of the house. It's going to be economics. We have to have our own, and nobody wants to hear it because it sounds real hard to build our own economic base. It's not as hard as it sounds. We need to start paying people. We need to say, okay, this is going to be our principal and our teacher for this neighborhood. Hey, community, everybody cough up $20 a month, put it in an account, and we're going to pay this teacher and this principal's bills. We're going to pay for his car note, insurance, groceries. We need to support it financially, because when you rely outside on the outside system, you get outside influences. And once we build that first floor, we can start building the second floor. And I think the third, y'all correct me if I'm wrong, but the third floor, Claude Anderson said, is politics. But we got to pay our politicians off, because we're relying on people who are dependent on funding sources that are outside. I worked at a historical black college in Tennessee, and I've told y'all this before, but I was on a board. I was hired by a congressman, a Democrat, by the way, to study the jab CD19, and it was $100 million grant. And I start seeing a lot of, be careful with my words, a lot of things I didn't like with the companies that they hired, the little non-for-profits they hired to help the black community in Memphis and Mississippi Delta. And let's just say I saw things I didn't like, and I said, you know what? Since we got $100 million, I need to give some of this money back to the black community. So I wrote, me and my colleague wrote a little grant with our money to give gift cards, since I'm going to the black community and getting all this information from elderly people who are just below the poverty line. It's so sweet. They saw me. They love to talk to me because they're like, oh, okay, one of us. So I said, man, I need to be giving these people something for them giving me information and being so nice to me. And I wrote a grant to give them gift cards, Walmart gift cards to go buy groceries, something they could use. Was it $50 gift cards? And the grant got approved. I got my big stack of gift cards, and I was walking out the door to go to my research participants and give them a gift card for doing a survey. And I got stopped by a raccoon boule lady at the university that told me, in this grant, Dr. A, it says diversity and minorities. And I was like, yeah, I'm giving this to black people. We're considered minorities. She said, no. Minority means gay, woman, Hispanic. And she forced me to split those cards up in a Hispanic community, give them to LGBTQ, and give them to women. Like, literally, these words take money out of our pocket. There was no way around it. I had a checklist that proved that I gave them to LGBT and to the Hispanics. Even though, ladies and gentlemen, the Hispanics, the LGBTQ, and white tea women had nothing to do with my study. So that's where we get tripped up. We need our own funding source.
That part. That's why I said we have to have more grassroots situations, because trying to morph into this matrix, I know I keep using that term because none of this shit is fucking real, but we've tried, and there are people that are already in position that do not want to let us through the door if they can clearly see what our intentions are. I mean, sometimes you got to give people dessert before you actually give them the entree. But if they could clearly see, they're gonna be like, hell fucking no. Like, we trying to keep this shit immigrant based. We want everybody to be able to eat off of your back, and it's so unfortunate, but I don't know how would that look? Like, what would a politician like that's trying to be, what do you like, the president? Like, who? I don't know. Like, we probably could.
But on another point, this ain't real. This ain't real. No way. Love Jones, this ain't real. Let's just say I had a relationship with the absolutely gorgeous girl. Y'all seen her before. I'm not gonna say her name, but she's a model in Atlanta. And she does if y'all go to Macy's, she's on the what do you call that makeup? If y'all say it, I'll know it.
MAC?
The other one.
Estee Lauder.
L'Oreal, Estee Lauder. She does that stuff, and she's like the face in the Macy's and CVS of that girl with lipstick. It's like right next to the lipstick and stuff. We almost got married. Like, we were in just a really beautiful relationship, and it didn't work out for reasons I'm not going to discuss. But I think about her often, and I've Right, I just forgot about it. It's happened today. I just got her out of my mind. Okay, moving on. And I was on Halo's panel in my G wagon driving down the street, and the panel ended while I was on the road, and a little pop up of, you know how on TikTok on the For You page they have like the little videos that people make. It was a video of a dude, a black man, his voice, and a real soft guitar, his beautiful guitar playing, and he was talking about. He said, y'all ever hear somebody talking, or a pastor or a song, and it's talking directly to you, even though it doesn't say your name? He says something like, sometimes relationships end, and that doesn't mean it's the end. That means, the universe will. He literally saying it. The universe means it will break you up so y'all can get by yourselves and realize how valuable that person was. So when y'all come together, you will appreciate this person more. He was talking that language, and it just felt like he was talking directly to me. And I started thinking about this girl, and I barbecued today, and I parked at a Kroger to get my meat and my charcoal and stuff. Just randomly parked, and got out my truck and was looking her in the eye. Like, I was like, so and so, and she walked up to me and gave me a hug. I was like, this is a video game. This ain't real. It ain't no way in the hell. What's the probability? You know how big Atlanta is? What's the probability? This is a video game. None of this is real
at all.
Mm-mm.
I
The
can
Matrix.
relate. I can relate. I can relate.
Not real, man. Mm-mm.
It is the Matrix. We just gotta figure out how to create our own. That's it, and do for self, because it's just, I don't know, playing their game hasn't really been beneficial. The odds have always seemed to be stacked against us, and whenever we make any progress, we have to, like what Professor Alam was saying, we have to attach everybody else. We are forced to be inclusive with any and every fucking thing. And it gets to a point. Like, I honestly, we're like the only group of people that are forced to be super inclusive. And we can never have anything that's just for us. And the only way that I really truly feel like we will is that it has to be by us. Like, everyone's so obsessed with Tariq Nasheed, but he was able to raise $250,000 within a span of like a month for a documentary that he probably was already done with, but he had to, go back and pay or do whatever it is that he needed to do to tie up loose ends. But $250,000 within a span of a month, and that's just one man. Imagine if we all, you already know, we need a call to action. We need things for people to invest in. We need to create tangibles for ourselves and get it done for ourselves.
Right. That thing that, I'm gonna be quick, Prime. That thing that you said about Brother Tariq Nasheed, that's the first floor. And Tariq is showing us in a real world example of how we do it. Come up with an idea and fund with each other to fund this idea. And when we fund it, can't no outside source, can't a group of small hats like do what they did at Cornell West. You know what I'm saying? Because you can get mad all you want, but the money came from Love Jones. Love Jones paid for let's just say I had a school. Love Jones and her panel paid for my school. Take it up with them. You know what I'm saying? We got too much control from outside sources on us.
Exactly.
Yeah, I wanted to add into that because you look at people like Umar. Even you looked at the past election with Kamala Harris. Think about how much money she raised from the black community. Imagine if a fraction of that money went towards ourselves first. I think we forget to pay ourselves first, and we pay everybody else before we pay ourselves. So we need to start, not just, like you said, economics. We need to start building our own institutions again, because Black Americans once had that. Like, our ancestors already set the foundation of what we need to do. It is that we veered off from it. So I think if we just kind of go back a little bit, not reset the clock, but go back and realize what we did wrong, I feel like that would solve a lot of problems.
Right.
Because when the Chinese, when these Asians, when certain groups of people, when they have problems, it's not a lot of them in these political seats, but they can get bills passed. And that's because they fund their own candidates. They got their own financial institutions, so they already built up. So I think we just need to do that.
And you know what, brother Prime, the tethers, and I don't even mean that disrespectfully. I'm just identifying because they're from so many different groups, are a key piece in this puzzle because they came. If you look at history, they came and infiltrated us at the end of that time where we had it together, and I think they're a big part of this, and kind of rediverted our energy in different directions. You know what I'm saying? So we're right on track. They need to be taken out of our mix before we can say, okay, what is black? What does that mean? Okay, well, that means we're indigenous. We're here for the 1870 census. We don't have any foreign lineage. Bam, we've identified. That's the first step. In education, that's the first step. Like they call it Bloom's taxonomy, and it's a big. One day I'll show. I know we're getting late, but I'll show y'all the Bloom's taxonomy wheel. When you're teaching, you start at what they call low blooms, level one, and the language functions are identify, stuff like identify, cite, notice, and it moves on. Once you identify a problem, you move to step two, which is define it. Define is second level. Define goes into higher blooms, which is analyze, compare and contrast. But at the end of the wheel is judge. The right before the end is create, design. Judge is the last one. Judgment is like the highest level. But I'm saying that to say we're on track, ladies and gentlemen. All we got to do is just keep moving, keep going this direction. And that's why I come on these spaces, spend so much time on here, is to try to warn our people of the problems that happened to us when we were on track last time during the civil rights movement. We had it in the 60s. We had it. What happened is our energy towards liberation was sent into feminism. And to some extent, no disrespect to lifestyles, I love everybody, but it was sent into LGBT a little bit. We got particularly our sisters, and black men are equally as responsible, maybe more responsible than you sisters. So don't hear me wrong. But our sisters were confused by a very complex system, to think that our struggle was not for a fight against the white tee, it was a fight against the man. But they diverted us off of track. We're on track again, and I'm just concerned. I don't want us to get diverted. And the diversions that I'm seeing is these Moorish people, these Moors, talking about you need to be a part of the United States government. You a sovereign citizen. That's a diversion. Pan-Africanism, diversion. And another diversion is what's the other one people come in here with? I forgot it. But y'all get the point. Like, let's not get off track. Just keep moving. Keep moving to. We want to get to create is what we want to do. Create us, and which is what we're talking about on this panel is trying to create a solution.
Yeah, are you talking about like the minority thing? We're called being minorities, people of color.
Yeah.
Okay, that was like another distraction for our people too.
Took us off track.
And I love you, Professor Allen, because you give up a lot of knowledge, and you give up a lot of your time, which people should be paying you for, because you're a highly educated brother. But yeah.
Oh, anytime for my people. It's an investment in my people.
Oh yeah. Anything anybody do on this app, if you're Black American and you speak, you pretty much giving up time with your family, your friends, even making money to a degree to really speak about what's going on. And you kind of right with the whole feminism thing, because that was a psyop. Gloria Steinem, we all know, worked for the FBI, CIA, one of them organizations. But they always do that when they see the progression of Black American people. They have always throw a monkey wrench up in it. So we gotta just be smarter, more intelligent.
You're right, but Black men from that time period I would say we have more responsibility for the diversion than our sisters. I do.
Yeah.
Because our leaders, the black male leaders, a lot of them sold the fuck, I love TikTok shop out.
Hmm. It's
You know,
true.
I mean, Jesse Jackson, Messy Jesse, he definitely sold out. Where he had that little coalition he had, I forget the name of it. It kind of skipped in my mind, but yeah, he had that little
oh, Rainbow
coalition.
Coalition.
Yeah, the Rainbow Coalition really, really, stopped a lot of progression, and that's why I don't believe in the whole people of color, minority thing, because only thing it does is push our problems to the back and push everybody else's problems to the front. And our problems is our problems that we need to solve.
Yeah,
Like
and
I said,
just
everybody put themselves first when coming out to the dinner table, but we're
when
the
you,
last ones to eat.
brother Prime, when you start looking through history with a fine tooth comb like I do, you'll see that man, those black men diversions came from an outside source too. What I found out, man, y'all need to get, if you can find it, Reverend Ralph Abernathy's autobiography. He wrote it the year before he passed away. And Abernathy was the one person who was in, you know how all the men around Dr. King, Jesse, Andy Young, Hosea Williams, Portia Williams' granddaddy was a writer. He was cool. But a lot of them around Dr. King was straight obs. And in Dr. Abernathy's autobiography, he say some shit so powerful. He said 2 weeks before Dr. King got unalived in Memphis, they had been planning to go to Washington, like a march, not another like thing in Washington. That was in the plan. And Jesse Jackson had been to Dr. King, although he did oppish things, Dr. King was just real naive. People don't realize how young he was. Dr. King was 15 years old when he was enrolled at Morehouse College. He was a baby.
Wow.
He was a baby and he was naive, you know. He was brilliant, but he didn't have like street sense. And Dr. King, uh, Jesse Jackson had been, I think, sent by a government agency to get in Dr. King's ear to keep telling him to divert his path. Dr. King's whole goal was to help poor people. That was his campaign. He was Christian pastor. You know, the words of Jesus the Christ was to help the least of these, help poor people. That's primary goal. And that was Dr. King's goal. But Jesse was all in his ear saying, don't help poor people. Why you care about them? It's saying ugly things about poor people. Well, Jesse said it one too many times. And 2 weeks before Dr. King got unalived, Dr. King fired Jesse. Nobody talks about that. He said, Jesse, you need to find another job. And the next day, Jesse Jackson and Andrew Young, who was a mayor of Atlanta, came to Dr. King and said, Dr. King, on our way to Washington, let's stop through Memphis. Did y'all know that? Jesse Jackson set up that hotel, the Lorraine Motel. It was an African photographer who was either CIA or FBI that was right up on Dr. King. And Jesse Jackson walked Dr. King down the stairs. Check this out. I talked to Judge Joe Brown. I kind of grew up in Memphis, and I know Joe. Jesse Jackson walked Dr. King out the Lorraine Motel. It was Jesse Jackson and the driver. Walked him down them stairs. And the driver told Dr. King, said, hey, Dr. King. Hey, Doc, they call him Doc. Hey, Doc, it's cold out here. Don't you need to get your coat? Well, Dr. King was too close to them. You see what I'm saying? Dr. King turned. He said, oh, you're right. And he turned and walked up the stairs to get his coat and got struck in the cheek with that bullet right here. Judge Joe Brown told me, and Hosea Williams said this too. Hosea Washington, whatever his name was, Portia, the girl off of Desperate Housewives, her granddad.
Not Desperate Housewives.
What's her name?
The
Portia.
Real Housewives of Atlanta.
Yeah, I don't watch that stuff. That show helped to end my marriage, man. But I'm serious. I practice divorce mediation, and a lot of my clients with my black male clients getting a divorce would say, man, our marriage was just fine until she started watching Desperate Housewives. And then my wife started watching it, and then my shit says, shh.
Oh,
But anyway, I can laugh about it now, but it wasn't funny a couple years ago. But Anyway, Dr. King went upstairs, and Joe Brown told me a sniper, like it was allegedly for TikTok's sake, uh, and this is for educational purposes only. That those were snipers, like government, allegedly military snipers that hit him. And Dr. King turned to get his coat and walk up the steps and get away from Jesse and the other guy, and the thing struck him right here. What Hosea Washington and Judge Brown told me is if Dr. King hadn't have turned his head, that thing would have hit him right in between his eyes. You see what I'm saying? They set him up, man. And they're the men that failed. And it's worse than a failure, because a failure can be a mistake, incompetence, triflingism. It wasn't a failure. It was allegedly Jesse made a deal, man, to screw up our operation. So the lesson from this, and I'll shut my mouth, is all of us on these spaces, we're doing real important things. I'm not even going to elaborate how important it is, but let's just say we got the ear of people. I get contacted by a lot of very powerful politicians who want to talk. Let's put it that way. But what we need to look at history and see that there are going to be people in our circles who are going to be promised things if they sell us out. Let's learn from Jesse Jackson and Andrew Young. Andrew Young's still alive, man. He ought to be ashamed of himself.
Yeah, and we appreciate you for that history, because I didn't even know that. Like, I didn't know that at all, about the whole Jesse Jackson and him being fired 2 weeks prior. Like, a lot of our people do not know this part of history. They don't even tell you that part of history. So I think we need a lot of people to speak truth to power.
And what did Jesse Jackson do after King got unalive? He's the one that got us in this African American bullshit.
Yes.
TikTok shop. He's the one that made it all about everybody, the Rainbow Coalition. He helped immigrants, because immigrants came around the time where Dr. King got unalive. Like, I'm talking about melanated immigrants. They weren't allowed here before then. And Jesse Jackson was the one who made them all our brothers and sisters.
Facts. Like, I didn't know that he got fired right before either that happened. I did not know that. That's crazy.
Hold on. Y'all talk for a minute. I'm gonna get Abernathy's autobiography so y'all can hear it out his mouth.
Okay. Yeah, there's so many informants, and that's why, like, I'm just like, I know I keep saying I'm happy and I'm grateful, but I really am, because I had no idea that it was this bad. Like, I mean, I grew up around people that looked similar, but I know they weren't me because they always told me that they weren't me. So now to see them going so hard, it just makes you wonder, like, what really is the agenda? Because this was never a thing. Like, even 5 to 10 years ago, they were not claiming us. They literally were looking down on us and saying, oh, I'm not a Black American. I have culture. I know where I'm from, blah, blah, blah. So now for them to be so up in arms that we're literally saying, okay, you're right. We are our own group of people. We don't have the same customs and shared beliefs and same cultural background. It's true. And for them to be crashing out so hard, it's just like, it makes you wonder. But we are supposed to move forward, and we can't have people just coming with us just because we have the similar skin tone. So the more you know.
Yeah, and it is kind of weird, though, for real, because I never seen my whole life so many immigrants say, I'm Black. That's very
Right?
unique. Like, it is. I mean, I'm from North Carolina, so we didn't have a lot of melanated immigrants here to begin with, but still, I never knew from Jamaicans, Haitians, all these people that they claim to be Black American / African American, even though I don't agree with that term. I never see them claim it until now.
Neither have
So,
I, and I'm believing
yeah, y'all got a lot of immigrants up there. So
and they
you know better
never.
than me.
They never. They would always maintain exactly who they were, and they always went by their nationality. So for this is very, like, eye-opening.
if y'all get a hold of the book, it's called "And the Walls Came Tumbling Down." And we need to be friends, make friends with our elders, because there are a couple old 80-year-old professor emeriti that give me books all the time. Like they know what we're doing, and they're like, "Hey, check this out. You might need this. Don't say you got it from me." Well, I got this from somebody, a professor emeritus, and on page 424 it says, "Quote: The chief item on the agenda was the Poor People's Campaign. While Jesse Jackson, James Bevel, and Andy, that's Andy Young, were offering a whole list of objections to the project, I saw Martin slip in and sit down in an old wooden school desk with an arm on it. After whoever was talking had finished, we changed places so that he could preside. He listened for a while, then began to get restless. So Andy Young and Jesse Jackson were trying to talk him out of stop helping them poor people. Really, don't stop helping them N-words is what they were saying. Occasionally, he would try to interject some comment, but mostly sat back and listened to the bickering and sniping. Jesse had taken the floor and was enumerating all the reasons why Martin's Poor People Campaign would never work. Jesse didn't want to help poor black people. Why should we try something entirely different? Once again, the morning he went to the great length that I could tell that Martin was getting more and more restless. They were pissing Martin off. Finally, without saying anything in response to Jesse, he got up, that's Martin, Dr. King, and walked over to the chair where I was sitting and said, "Ralph, give me my car keys." I was puzzled. "I don't have your car keys, Martin." He smiled and he smiled. "Look in your pocket." I felt in my pocket and fished out an extra set of keys. I had frowned, still bewildered. I handed them over to him. I suppose he had left them on the desk, and I sat down there, played with them a while, listening to the debate, and then stuck them in my pocket. Obviously, he had seen me. "I'm getting out of here." This is Dr. King. "I'm getting out of here," he said. Then he turned and left the room. Forgetting the meeting, I followed him into the hallway down the stairs. "What's wrong, Martin?" I asked. He stopped on the landing. He shrugged his shoulders. "Nothing, really," he said. "It'll be all right." Wasn't I all right Friday?" "You were fine," I said, still worried. But where are you going now?" "I have to take Yoki to ballet." I couldn't shake off a deep sense of foreboding. He seemed preoccupied and depressed. "Will you let me know where you'll be?" Before I could answer, he looked up and saw that Jesse Jackson had come to the staircase and was staring down at us. Stop right there. So Jesse Jackson walking around behind Dr. King, like trying to, what do you call it, ear hustle on all his fucking conversations. Listen at this. This is Jesse talking right here. "Doc," he called out. Martin whirled and glared at him. "Jesse," he barked, "it may be necessary for you to carve out your own individual niche in society." He fired him.
Wow.
"But you don't bother me." He was telling him that you need to get your own lane. And after that, it says, I didn't highlight it, but basically it says that Andy Young and Jesse Jackson was trying to tell him to go to Memphis. Oh, there it is. They told him they want. Oh yeah, here it is. I'm skipping a couple pages, but this is after Dr. King told him you need to find your own thing. Like I'm done with you. Find your own thing. He literally said carve out your own niche. A couple pages later, they say so he was downstairs all the time in his father's study. Finally, when it was their time, their talk was ended. Martin came upstairs and the meeting reconvened. Martin and I sat in silence while Jesse and Hosea did most of the talking. They told him they wanted to go to Washington by way of Memphis. Jesse told him to go to Memphis.
Wow. He set him up. That's what it sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't mean to interject, but they also said that Jesse was putting on to the point where when MLK got pew that he bent down and smeared the blood on his hands and put it on his shirt so he could seem like he was a part of the fray. So Jesse was never to be trusted.
And the
Mm-hmm.
crazy shit about what you just said, sister, is when Dr. King, and it's so much, that book got so much in it. Long story short, um, Abernathy knew about he knew what was going on, but Abernathy didn't know it was going to go that far. But Abernathy rode with Dr. King to the hospital. Abernathy was the one hugging him on the ground. Abernathy had blood on him. Abernathy took it, rode with him in the ambulance. And long story short, Hosea and talked with Jesse, and they said Hosea Washington said, that's his name, Washington. He said they had a discussion. Him, uh, Jesse Jackson, and what's the guy's name? Billy Kyle, who's a op. You can find a picture of video of Billy Kyle on YouTube. Look up Billy Kyle King assassination and say put Dick Gregory's name in there. Dick Gregory brought this to our attention. Billy Kyle slipped up and said, as I moved out the way so he could get a clear shot. And everybody was like, what'd you just say? Yeah, people almost
Oh
beat
my
him up.
God.
Yeah, this is years later, like 40 years later. But anyway, they met when Abernathy was riding to the hospital with him, and they said, okay, we don't know what happened. If the press comes, we're not going to talk to him. That's what they said. And Hosea said he heard movement out. He was in his room crying, and he heard movement outside or the commotion. He peeped out the window and saw Jesse Jackson talking to the press, and he confronted him about it. But they all went to their beds in the hotel and went to sleep. They were crying and drinking. They were upset because Doc had died unalived. I love TikTok Shop. But so this is that night. The next morning, Hosea said he woke up and turned on the TV and saw Jesse Jackson on the TV with a bloody shirt, and he was like, "Jesse, what? Why is he on TV? He was in his room." Jesse had walked out that motel and caught a flight the night of to Chicago, I think,
Yep.
to be on the news in a bloody shirt, and that's what I was talking about. Jesse had stooped down with his shirt and dipped it in Dr. King's blood. But here goes the thing that's missed. Dick Gregory, who is one of my favorite scholars, I'd love Dick. May he rest in peace. He don't get enough credit. Dick Gregory was there. Dick Gregory was a millionaire back in the 60s. And he was there when Dr. King got hit, and his wife said, come home now. And Dick Gregory, as a millionaire, couldn't get a flight. He said he went to Memphis International, and they said all flights are shut down except for one. It was only one flight leaving Memphis that day, and it was full of FBI and CIA agents and police. And he said the only civilian on that flight, other than the captain and co-captain and crew,
It was
was
Jesse. Yep.
Jesse Jackson.
That's exactly what because my family's originally from Chicago. I was born in Chicago. That's exactly what they told me, Professor. They said he sat up on the news. Every person that put a microphone in his face, he made sure that he spoke to them. And everybody that was there was like, he didn't even have blood on him. So where did that come from? And that's when Dick Gregory revealed that he had heard that he had dipped down, put his hands in the blood and put it all over his shirt and then somehow got out of Memphis. But he couldn't even get out of Memphis. And that's the day that Dick Gregory said he stopped. And then on top of that, the Rainbow Coalition, he stole that from Fred Hampton Sr. So that's when Dick Gregory stopped fooling with him.
What he steal from Fred Hampton?
Fred Hampton was the first person to coin the term Rainbow Coalition when he was unifying all of the different races of people and into the movement with the Panthers, which is, I believe, the reason why they took him out first.
Wow, that Fred Hampton thing. I had my students do a big research project on Fred Hampton, and I learned it's so much to talk about. We need to have like an FBA retreat or something like Fred Hampton. Yeah, let's do it. Y'all can come to Atlanta, but I'm down to fly to New York or wherever. Let's go to Memphis. But Fred Hampton was the last hope in the black community because all the rest of them had been unalived. And Fred was young, and Fred wasn't this high into. He was brilliant. I'm not saying he wasn't smart, but he knew how to talk to the normal people. You know what I'm saying? So he had like the grassroots and like the blue collar people down. Well, what I discovered, man, through my students' research is Fred Hampton in Chicago, after Dr. King got unalived and Malcolm X got unalived, like the brothers and sisters in the street was like, okay, we don't have faith in the system no more. We need to start forming our own organizations to protect the community. And one of my students discovered is that's where Gangster Disciple and Vice Lord, and I'm leaving another one out, but those street GANGs,
Yeah, the BDs.
Yep, that's
BDs,
where it all come from.
Yeah.
right, to protect. And my uncle from may he rest in peace. He got pew-pewed in the head, but my uncle was an original Rolling 60 from L.A. And he told me something similar about the Bloods and the Crips, that they were formed like they were all forming around the same time. Blood and Crip was after GD and BD and all that. But anyway, what I found out is after Fred Hampton got unalived, the government sent had hired psychologists again to infiltrate those organizations and turn them against each other. Bobby Hemmett said that Crip and Blood weren't against each other; they were protection for the neighborhood in Los Angeles. And according to Bobby Hemmett, professors at Pepperdine University in Los Angeles, psychology professors, infiltrated the red and the blue and turned them against each other. So like we deal with so much, man. Like we just need a round of applause for still being standing, because they've thrown everything they could at us, and we still here.
Yeah, what you speaking on is the Crips. They it's an acronym. It's Community
Revolutionary Progress.
Revolution. Yeah.
My uncle told
In
me.
progress. Community
Yeah, that's it.
resistance in
Progress.
progress.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was sitting with a group of youth. One of the matter of fact, it was my very last session. And like here in Cincinnati, I mean, you got gangs out here, like prominent gangs. Like we got certain we got small little sectors of GDs and BDs that down here, like little sectors of Crips and Bloods. But like most of the groups that's down here, they pretty much just link up by neighborhood or by street. And I was at this alternative school, like where they seeing youth that got in trouble because they either got in trouble for fighting, or they got caught with something. A lot of them claim some of these groups that were formed by by way of street name and just association. And then I went into the history of gangs with them and why they were originally formed. And one of the things that I was telling them is like, I was like, look, for right now, I'm not about to sit here and tell you to stop doing everything that you're doing and pick up a book, because that's just unrealistic. And quite frankly, it does sound corny, because like I'm not that damn old, but I'm young enough to know that sounds pretty fucking corny. But like, to provide balance to what you're doing, at least volunteer at some of these rec centers. You know what I'm saying? Anytime they have an event coming up, that way you can say, like, look, uh Job, that's like Jump Out Boys. Job, you know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, we got a reputation for doing certain things that we do in the street, but you know what I'm saying, we also volunteer with this food drive or with this book drive, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I'm saying, at the rec center. So the more the reputation gets built up around doing positive things in the community, before you know it, you can go down to city council and actually say something, and your word will really mean something. You know what I'm saying? Because you are actually having an investment in the community, as opposed to being known for causing chaos. And where that pertains as far as lineage business goes, one, when we get our youth center back around doing what gangs were originally intended to do, like that makes a huge difference. And on top of that,
like look the sliding that you see, the chaos that you see happening in the streets. It's that energy is necessary. It's just misdirected. You know what I'm saying? Because that's our military that you looking at. When you see
What
when you
what
see
what what brother KD, not to
yeah.
interrupt you, but you're making a really good point that I wanted to kind of piggyback off of. This media is the problem that's created. You remember we were talking about spells the other day? They created a narrative spell that these organizations, and I don't advocate any illegal organization. I'm not advocating for that, but I am telling the truth. They created this narrative with these movies that these groups were something that they really weren't. And I'm talking, I'm a millennial. I'm probably your age or maybe just a little older than you, KD, but I'm old enough to remember that members of these organizations in my neighborhood, they was doing some stuff, but they weren't advocating for it. Like they would always protect people like girls and stuff, and they would be like, hey man, you don't want to get involved in none of this, man. You a smart dude. Don't get involved in, and even the PIMPs in my neighborhood, in my mom and them neighborhood in Birmingham, the PIMPs would be doing stuff they shouldn't have been doing, but they would give money to the kids, and they never glamorized what they were doing. They're like, man, go ahead and go to school, man. You don't want to do this. So what I'm trying to say, Katie, is strategically male leadership was taken out of our neighborhoods and incarcerated, mostly and unalived, and and the ones that had enough money to leave were urged to leave and go to a whitey neighborhood. And what I found out years ago, I said this on Twitter, is that was done again off of a study by the British. The British studied uh, elephants in Africa, and what they found, like a male elephant, they call it a bull. A bull elephant needs like the old male bull that walks around has a function. It watches the young bulls, and if they get out of line with the females, it whoops its butt and teaches it how to be like, orderly. And what the English realized is they wanted to know what would happen if they just, and who thinks of a study like this, but they want to know what happened if they just pew-pewed all the male bulls. So they just pew-pewed all the old male bulls, and the young male bulls went wild. They turned to like, whatever the word is, like they start causing terror because they had no leadership. So that's another angle, Katie, that we're dealing with is the elimination of old folks and old male leadership. But we still here though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we just not as not as popularized, and unfortunately, you have some hyper emphasis on the word some. You got some of these these older ones among us that's supposed to be providing that type of guidance, but like the game that got so messed up, they want to follow the YNs, they want to dress like the YNs. You know
Yep.
what I'm saying? And still try to remain relevant in an immature way. You know what I'm saying? When that ain't really what's popping.
Yeah. But back to the original conversation, a solution to all this is if we get that first floor of financing our own institutions, then we can set rules and norms. Everything is in psychology in grad school. They talk about the big E, environment. Environment is everything. There are people like me that grow up in an environment that is chaotic and drugs infested and gang infested, that find their way out. But honestly, I'm the first to tell you, I'm a miracle. I don't even know how. I'm a miracle. Like most people adapt to their environment, and we need control over our environments of the young. We need control over these schools. I'm not gonna keep y'all up all night telling y'all how schools are just a pipeline of everything but education. You know what I'm saying? I would not have my kids in most public schools. You know what I'm saying? We need our own shit.
Yeah,
Period.
and the other part about it is too. I was talking about this on one of my recent live streams. Is that we do have to we got to get over the scam phobia. You know what I'm saying, that we have. It's kind of one of the things that we don't talk about too much in our community, but we kind of have a we kind of got a scam phobia that prevents us from throwing money at causes that are for our upliftment and for our betterment. And the source of scam phobia is reasonable. We because we have been scammed too many times. We didn't have people promise us a school. You know what I'm saying? We've got people calling our phones talking about voice activation this, and you know what I'm saying, healthcare scams and some more shit. You know what I'm saying? Like send me your cash app. I'll you send me $100, I'm gonna send you back 1,000. You know, so we got all that kind of shit that people try to throw at us. So I understand it, but like, man, with you know, like treasury accountability and things like that, transparency, where we can, in terms of like raising money for political campaigns or a business, if there's a domain where we are able to show the community, like anytime you can log in and see this is how much money we've raised for whatever it is, whether it's a business or whether it's a campaign, an event, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, shout out to brother Tariq because he has a pretty decent template for that. You know what I'm saying? Like, because he'll like share his screen and show you, like, look, this is how much money we raised. You know what
And
I'm
this
saying,
is
before
where
we
it's
can get the
going.
film done.
Yep.
You know, yeah, you know what I'm saying, like that type of thing. So we gotta really get to that and literally put our money where our mouth is, because we talk about all the time. You hear 1,000 different niggas on here say every day, man, we need our own party, man, we need our own politician. Well, okay, we all agree. Who gonna jump out there? I mean, I ain't gonna front. KD1 been thinking about jumping out there. I know I ain't gonna win, but fuck
I
it.
don't say that. You probably will.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But
Probably
like,
will.
but you never know, man. You gotta roll the dice on stuff like that.
that's
Because at
all
the
I'm
end of the day,
saying, you know?
because at the end of the day, I think we all looking, and this is just a multi-layer problem that we need to hit it from every single angle.
Right.
We need how about, and people got to realize not everybody's job is going to be the same. What Professor Allen do is gonna be different from what I do. Gonna be different from what you do, KD. You know, y'all. How about you might be the mouthpiece, KD, and Professor Allen, he might be the brain. I might be the soldier. You know, we might need a philosopher. You just need different people to do different things because we all can't be that star. Some of us
Right.
got to be in the backfield. Just
And,
make it about pretty much like a sniper, you know what I'm saying? You just watching from afar, making sure everything goes as planned.
and Katie, if you jump out there, man, you know we're gonna support you. You know we are financially. Yeah.
True that. True that. Shit. I mean, like I said, if Trump could say grab him by the pussy, I don't know. I got to come up with something
Oh,
just
don't
as
say
egregious.
PUSSY.
Oh,
I
sorry,
love
sorry,
TikTok
my
shop.
bad, Lil Joe. We love TikTok shop. We love TikTok shop. But if Trump could say grab him by the P, you know what I'm saying? I got to come up with something just as egregious or more, you know, because apparently that works.
Yeah. I agree.
All right, we're gonna get into final thoughts, and then I'm gonna get out of here, and I'll see you guys later today. Go ahead. Well, Katie, you just spoke, but you could give your final thoughts.
Oh yeah. So once again, thank you, Love Jones. I always appreciate you. Let me come over your house. You always got snacks and whatnot available for us. I appreciate that. But
Yeah.
yeah, like nah, like to my foundation of Black American family, don't let nobody make you feel ashamed, which I'm probably preaching to the choir. I'm pretty sure you don't, especially if you have identified as FBA. But like, man, it ain't nothing wrong with embracing America, which is the country that our mothers and fathers built. It ain't nothing wrong with being patriotic as long as your patriotism don't align with white tea supremacy. You know what I'm saying? Because we are the real American patriots. Black Americans are the real real American patriots, because our history is aligned with, again, all men being created equal, endowed with certain inalienable rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We legitimately fought for that for everybody. Our bloodline did, not the white supremacists. So we the real Americans more than anybody else is. And we don't owe no loyalty to anybody that sold us. I'm not wishing anything negative on Africa or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I deal with people on a case by case basis, but we don't owe anybody anything but an ass whooping if they ask. With that, I'll land.
Okay, FBA prime time. Your final thoughts.
Yeah, I'm going back what KD is saying. We appreciate you, Love Jones, for your time. We appreciate everybody on the panel for their time. People in the chat, we thank everybody for stopping through. I thank everybody for allowing me on the stage. But yeah, at the end of the day, we got this focus on ourselves or our community, because if we don't fight for us, who's going to fight for us? And at the end of the day, we're not African. There's no reason to fight for Africa. Africa got billions of people over there. They got their own resources that they love to talk about. So let them fight for themselves. We are not the Power Rangers, nor are we the Justice League. So our job isn't to fight for the whole world. Our job is to fight for Black American people. Charity starts at home before it starts anywhere else. So I'm going to land right there on that point. And thank you for your time.
Yes. Hi, Twani. Are you there? Final thoughts? She might not be there. Okay, Professor Alon.
Yeah, I enjoyed your panel as usual. Why are Black Americans proud of America and not Africa? Because we're not African. I challenge any African to come up here and provide us with evidence that we're African. You're going to lose, because I'm going to provide evidence from Columbia University to show that only 5 Africans came to the New England colonies per year in 1680. Only 5 a year. And by the way, those 5 Africans were from Madagascar. They weren't from Nigeria.
Oh, wow.
Furthermore, Nigeria did not exist.
Mm.
We're not African. Lastly, are FBA's traitors to their ancestry by claiming America? No, because America is our homeland. And again, I can provide scholarship to prove that America is our homeland from Columbia and any other university you want. I enjoyed your panel. What I've learned from this is we need to start working on that first floor of the house that Dr. Claude Anderson talked about, which is financing our own politicians and financing our own businesses. I would love to buy shoes from a FBA. I'm a shoe junkie. Shoes from a FBA shoe designer. I get rid of my Pradas and my what else, red bottoms and Dolce & Gabbanas, all that stuff. If y'all can make me some shoes, man, I want to give you my money. So
Why you gotta get rid of them? Keep it all. Have them all.
For real.
Oh, and I need to send you my sizes. I forgot. I'm
you
gonna do
got
that.
you got to send me a color too.
Okay. All right. I-20.
My bad. I walked away. You usually let me go last. I wasn't expecting you to come up that fast. I apologize.
It's okay. It's only like 4 people up here.
Yeah, I agree with everybody. Katie and everybody was saying, like, we gotta start supporting each other. Katie, if you're gonna jump out there, slide in my DM. We can chat about some things. I agree with everything you were saying. We gotta start being very intentional about supporting each other. Don't think that you can't make it. You know, you're very well spoken and you have ideas. What the hell is that?
You know, I'm gonna let this person speak because they was in a chat popping it the whole damn time. So I just want to see what they got to say before we get out of here.
We got a midnight
All right, my bad. Well, I'm gonna just say, and I'm coming down. My fault. Our historical experience and
they ran, of course.
what you call it, cultural cachet, I think is a word. It can't be reduced down to this small nuance ideology to fit into Africans' narrative. We've been here too long. You know what I'm talking about? And we are simply saying that we refuse to be simplified into their idea of who they think we are. They have this like caricature concept of who Black Americans are. but we were forged in a different type of environment. We were forged in isolation and all the things we've been through from slavery all the way through Jim Crow. Like our survival and our resistance, it bred a type of adaptation that I think they admire. And that's what created our identity. It's different. We just different from them. Our identity is layered in displacement and all type of systematic oppression from, the palm face people. And it seemed like they don't never want to acknowledge that until it's February or Juneteenth. And then all of a sudden they want to participate. But if they're going to participate, they also need to acknowledge the fact that we are a different ethnicity, which is the reason why we have these holidays. And being generationally from America, it molded us. Like I said, America is our mother, for better or worse. And Africa is their mother, and it shouldn't be nothing wrong with that. And it makes me very suspicious. Like, you side-eye them. Why are you so upset that I don't want to be a caricature? It's because they see us the same way that white folks see us. If a Nigerian has a baby with a black American girl, they call that baby Nigerian. The same way if a Nigerian has a baby with a white girl, that baby is still Nigerian. And as they say, like, you a product of your environment, not the factory, not necessarily where the parts came from. Samsung actually makes the screen for iPhone. Does the iPhone now become a Samsung? No. So I close with saying, have you ever seen the movie Dark Knight Rises?
No.
Well, it's a movie by Batman series where it said this character named Bane. He says, "Oh, you think the darkness is your ally? You think the darkness is your ally, but you merely adopted the darkness. I was born in it. I was molded by it. The shadows betray you because they belong to me. And if you take out the word darkness and you put in America, that's how I speak to, or how I would want to speak to immigrants. You adopted America. I was molded by it. That's it."
Damn.
Right?
It's
Like,
an underrated movie. I love that movie.
Yeah, really get into that and really look at Bane's character. Like, that's how I feel about Killmonger. Killmonger wasn't wrong. You know what I'm saying? He was abandoned by those African people, and everybody, the movie made you feel like, oh, Killmonger was in the wrong the whole time. No, Killmonger was right. And just like Bane was right. My favorite character is the Joker, but I really got down with that quote when he said, you adopted the darkness. I was molded by it. I was molded by these opportunities that my people fought for. You just came and signed a piece of paper. It's not the same.
wow. This was a great panel. Thank you guys for joining me tonight. Everybody follow me if you have not followed me, and follow Professor Alon, follow Katie, follow Itwani. I am just ready to continue going and to see what's next. And, we out here. And it's just going to it's up now. That's it. It's up. Ain't no going back. The attempted swap this time around, it failed because we didn't allow it to work. And I don't think anybody was anticipating this. Not from us. They thought we'd be out in the streets, rioting, blaming the looting on us, even though it wasn't ever really just fully us. And we didn't do what they expected. And now we just got to keep up that momentum of doing the unexpected. But someone said earlier in the chat, let's not talk about strategy online. I absolutely agree. I mean, we could give, tidbits in a roundabout way what we're talking about, because this is how we mostly communicate with each other. But when it comes to really be detailed and in depth, we absolutely cannot be doing that fully on these panels. Or we need to do what our ancestors did and talk more in codes, because we know that we have a lot of different people watching in the shadows, lurking. You sound tired. I am tired. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm always tired around these times. I just be lounging. But I'm out of here. Life is a movie you're starring in it. The world is a stage. You're at the center of it. I appreciate you guys so much. I'll see you later today. Spread love is the Brooklyn way.